The emergence of the Dacian people as a singular entity can only be fully comprehended by first delving into the intricate fabric of Thracian tribal confederations that held sway over the southeastern European landscape during the nascent stages of the Iron Age. These Thracians, a diverse assemblage of Indo-European speaking communities, had successfully established their dominion across a vast expanse of territory, stretching geographically from the sun-drenched shores of the Aegean Sea northward to the rugged peaks of the Carpathian Mountains. By the 8th century BC, within this expansive Thracian realm, the direct forebears of the Dacians embarked upon a protracted journey of forging their own unique collective identity, a process characterized by gradual cultural differentiation and the strategic consolidation of their territorial holdings. The Thracian tribal confederation functioned as a rather loosely organized network, comprising various kindred yet fundamentally autonomous groups. Each of these groups diligently upheld its own distinct leadership, embodied by chieftains, maintained its own formidable warrior bands, and adhered to its particular local customs, all while sharing a bedrock of common linguistic, religious, and broader cultural tenets. Ancient Greek chroniclers from the 7th and 6th centuries BC frequently depicted the Thracians as exceptionally fierce and formidable warriors, renowned for practicing elaborate and often mystifying burial rituals, and for possessing highly sophisticated traditions in metalworking that yielded impressive artifacts. Nevertheless, these same historical accounts gradually began to draw distinctions between the myriad Thracian subgroups, meticulously noting subtle variations in their preferred settlement patterns, their specific military organizational structures, and their unique religious observance practices. Compelling archaeological findings strongly suggest that the Proto-Dacian tribes initiated the assertion of their distinctive identity during the 6th century BC, a phenomenon particularly evident in the territories situated to the north of the formidable Danube River. This critical process of cultural differentiation gained considerable momentum as these northern Thracian communities encountered a markedly different array of environmental challenges and opportunities when contrasted with their counterparts dwelling further south. The formidable mountainous terrain of the Carpathians, coupled with the exceedingly fertile plains of Transylvania, collectively created a unique set of conditions that actively nurtured the development of highly specialized agricultural techniques, innovative defensive strategies, and expansive, intricate trade networks. The pervasive influence of the Hallstatt culture, which exerted its dominance across Central Europe from approximately 800 to 450 BC, played an undeniably pivotal role in shaping the early material culture of the Dacians. Hallstatt's advanced ironworking methodologies progressively spread eastward, traversing established trade networks and accompanying population movements, ultimately reaching the Carpathian Basin by the 7th century BC. Dacian smiths, demonstrating remarkable ingenuity, adeptly assimilated and adapted these techniques to suit their specific local requirements, thereby developing a distinctive range of iron tools, formidable weapons, and efficient agricultural implements. The iconic Dacian curved sword, famously known as the phalanx, represents a prime example, having evolved during this transformative period from earlier Hallstatt ironworking traditions, skillfully combined with indigenous innovations in blade design and metallurgical processes. Furthermore, Hallstatt burial practices also left an indelible mark on Dacian funerary customs. though the Dacians judiciously modified these traditions to align with their own profound spiritual convictions. Extensive archaeological excavations conducted at significant sites, such as Ferrig and Balta Verde, have unearthed a wealth of evidence, revealing numerous cremation burials. These interments were invariably accompanied by a diverse array of grave goods, including finely crafted iron weapons, exquisite bronze ornaments, and distinctive pottery that unmistakably exhibits clear Hallstatt influences, while simultaneously retaining unequivocally local characteristics. The pottery, in particular, stands out for its singular combination of recognizable Hallstatt decorative motifs seamlessly integrated with indigenous Thracian geometric patterns, thereby forging a hybrid stylistic expression that progressively became a standardized hallmark across the expanding Dacian territories. The significant transition from the cultural ascendancy of Hallstatt to the distinct influences of the Latin culture, commencing around 450 BC, heralded another profoundly important phase in the ongoing trajectory of Dacian cultural development. Latin's characteristic artistic styles, celebrated for their fluid curvilinear designs and exceptionally sophisticated metalwork, began to permeate Dacian lands primarily through the migratory movements of Celtic peoples and their extensive trade contacts. However, the Dacians, demonstrating a keen sense of cultural discernment, selectively adopted specific Latin elements, while steadfastly preserving their own deeply rooted artistic traditions. This resulted in a truly distinctive cultural synthesis, the tangible manifestations of which archaeologists can meticulously trace through the intricate jewelry, formidable weaponry, and diverse decorative objects recovered from numerous excavation sites throughout the region. Dacian fortifications, critical to their defense and territorial control, began to acquire their characteristic features precisely during this dynamic period of cultural synthesis. The earliest Dacian settlements were typically strategically situated on elevated positions, ingeniously exploiting natural defensive attributes such as commanding hilltops, winding river bends, and precipitous slopes. These foundational fortifications primarily consisted of substantial earth and timber ramparts, often meticulously reinforced with robust stone foundations, a construction methodology that skillfully blended innovative Celtic defensive engineering with established local building traditions. The legendary Murus Daciacus, or Dacian Wall, a testament to their engineering prowess, ultimately evolved from these earlier defensive structures, incorporating highly sophisticated dry stone masonry techniques that culminated in the creation of fortifications that were, for all practical purposes, virtually impregnable. The prevailing settlement patterns observed across the Dacian territories consistently reveal a sophisticated hierarchical organization, wherein prominent fortified centers exercise control and influence over their surrounding agricultural communities and critical resource extraction sites. Large, strategically important settlements invariably functioned as pivotal political and religious hubs, serving as focal points for governance and spiritual life. Conversely, smaller, strategically positioned hill forts were established to control crucial mountain passes, vital river crossings, and economically important mining areas. The meticulous distribution and arrangement of these settlements unequivocally indicate a remarkably sophisticated understanding of territorial control and resource management, a level of organization that extended far beyond the rudimentary structures of simple tribal affiliations. The geographical distribution of the Dacian tribes encompassed an impressively vast area, with its primary focus centered upon the Carpathian Basin, yet extending considerably beyond these natural geographical confines. Dacian territory, at its zenith, included the majority of what constitutes modern-day Romania, with the fertile and strategically important region of Transylvania serving as its undisputed political and cultural heartland. Nevertheless, Dacian influence radiated outward, extending northward into portions of contemporary Ukraine, westward into territories now part of Hungary, southward across the Danube River into present-day Bulgaria, and eastward into Moldovan lands. This extensive territorial reach was not, however, uniformly controlled in a direct administrative sense. Rather, it represented a complex and dynamic network of allied tribes, intricate tributary relationships, and overlapping cultural influence zones that shifted and evolved over time. The majestic Carpathian Mountains themselves played an absolutely pivotal and multifaceted role in the intricate territorial organization of the Dacians. These formidable mountain ranges provided not only natural and highly effective defensive barriers against external incursions, but also contained extraordinarily rich deposits of precious gold, gleaming silver, vital iron, and invaluable salt, all of which formed the very bedrock of Dacian wealth and, consequently, their considerable power. The Dacians developed remarkably sophisticated mining techniques, meticulously creating extensive underground networks to systematically extract these precious metals. These large-scale mining operations necessitated coordinated labor forces and a high degree of technical expertise, factors that significantly contributed to the development of a more centralized political authority. Furthermore, Transylvania's exceedingly fertile valleys and expansive plateaus sustained dense agricultural populations, which in turn provided the essential demographic foundation for Dacian military strength and political dominance. The region's inherent agricultural productivity, synergistically combined with its abundant mineral wealth and strategic geographical location, unequivocally established it as the natural and logical center of Dacian civilization. Comprehensive archaeological surveys have successfully identified hundreds of distinct Dacian settlements throughout Transylvania, ranging from modest farming villages to imposing, heavily fortified centers, thereby clearly indicating a sophisticated settlement hierarchy and an advanced administrative system. The discernible Dacian presence within the Moldavian region reflected both a strategic territorial expansion and a pervasive cultural influence. Archaeological evidence strongly suggests that Dacian tribes methodically established settlements along the significant Prut and Dniester rivers, thereby creating a vital network of communities that exerted control over important trade routes. These routes served as crucial arteries, connecting the Carpathian region with the vast Pontic steppes and the prosperous Greek colonies situated along the Black Sea coast. These eastern Dacian settlements, while maintaining close and enduring cultural connections with the Transylvanian heartland, simultaneously demonstrated a remarkable capacity for adaptation to the distinct environmental and political conditions characteristic of the Eastern European plain. Religious practices among the early Dacians were fundamentally centered upon the fervent worship of Zalmoxis, a revered deity whose cult represented a truly unique synthesis of ancient Thracian spiritual traditions, integrated with indigenous local innovations and possibly augmented by external influences. According to ancient Greek sources, most notably the historian Herodotus, Zalmoxis was perceived as both a divine being and a legendary historical figure who had imparted to the Dacians profound teachings concerning the immortality of the soul and the principles of proper religious conduct. The cult of Zalmoxis placed a powerful emphasis on the enduring continuity of existence beyond corporeal death, a deeply held belief that profoundly influenced Dacian attitudes toward warfare, the practice of ritual sacrifice, and the fundamental organization of their society. Zalmoxis worship conspicuously incorporated elements of sky god veneration, a common spiritual thread among many Indo-European peoples. Yet the Dacians developed distinctive and unique ritual practices that unmistakably set their religion apart from other Thracian traditions. Sacred groves played an absolutely central and indispensable role in Dacian religious practice, with specific forest areas meticulously designated as hallowed sites where highly important ceremonies and solemn sacrifices took place. These sacred spaces were vigilantly maintained and zealously protected, often strategically located in close proximity to major settlements or fortifications, enabling them to fulfill both essential religious and crucial political functions. The progressive development of distinctive Dacian spiritual beliefs involved the intricate integration of local animistic traditions with more sophisticated theological concepts, potentially derived from contact with profound Greek philosophical ideas. Some academic scholars propose that the pronounced emphasis on soul immortality and the pervasive worship of Zalmoxis reflects a discernible influence from Orphic or Pythagorean teachings, though it is clear that the Dacians meticulously adapted these concepts to fit seamlessly within their own unique cultural framework. The ultimate outcome was a robust religious system that provided both immense spiritual comfort and essential social cohesion, effectively reinforcing tribal identity and legitimizing political authority through the powerful sanction of divine will. Dacian religious practices also encompassed elaborate and highly formalized funeral rituals, which eloquently reflected their deeply held beliefs about death and the enigmatic afterlife. Archaeological evidence meticulously gathered from numerous burial sites indicates that the Dacians practiced both cremation and inhumation, with the specific choice of burial method potentially reflecting various factors such as the deceased's social status, prevailing regional traditions, or temporal shifts in religious practice. Grave goods recovered from Dacian burial sites typically include a diverse assortment of weapons, intricate jewelry, functional pottery, and symbolic food offerings, all suggesting deeply ingrained beliefs about the deceased's continued existence and their perceived needs in the spiritual realm beyond. The priestly class within Dacian society commanded significant political as well as profound religious authority, serving as indispensable advisors to tribal chiefs and revered guardians of sacred traditions. These influential religious leaders meticulously maintained rich oral traditions that preserved vital historical memories, intricate genealogies, and sacred knowledge, all of which were absolutely essential to the enduring fabric of Dacian cultural identity. The seamless integration of religious and political authority created a highly effective system of governance that masterfully combined practical administration with spiritual legitimacy, thereby providing remarkable stability and continuity across the diverse and expansive Dacian tribal territories. Dacian tribal territories. The profound metamorphosis from disparate, independent tribal communities into cohesive, centrally governed political structures signified a pivotal reorientation within Dacian society during the 5th through 3rd centuries BC. This intricate process of integration was initiated by astute and enterprising local leaders who acutely perceived that the atomization of their lands rendered each distinct clan susceptible to incursions from external adversaries and prone to internecine strife. The rugged topography of the Carpathian Mountains, while inherently offering strategic defensive benefits, simultaneously fostered insular enclaves of habitation that had historically operated with complete autonomy. Overcoming these inherent geographical and social divisions necessitated a judicious blend of martial strength and astute diplomatic finesse, as successful chieftains were compelled to persuade erstwhile self-governing tribal magnates to relinquish certain aspects of their sovereignty in exchange for enhanced communal safety and shared economic advancement. The nascent, centrally organized Dacian political formations first manifested within the resource-abundant territories of Transylvania, where dominion over precious gold and silver extraction endeavors furnished the requisite fiscal bedrock to sustain more substantial martial contingents and elaborate governmental frameworks. Excavations at various historical locales unequivocally demonstrate the erection of considerably more advanced defensive strongholds throughout this epoch, featuring intricate, multi-tiered protection mechanisms capable of safeguarding not merely isolated habitations, but comprehensive riverine systems and their surrounding environs. These formidable redoubts functioned as pivotal hubs for the assertion of dominion, from which ambitious chieftains could project their authority across contiguous domains via a tripartite strategy encompassing martial coercion, financial inducements, and strategically forged connubial bonds. The overarching trajectory of territorial unification generally adhered to a discernible sequence wherein victorious tribal leaders initially solidified their dominion over their immediate geo-historical precincts. They subsequently broadened their suzerainty progressively, either through outright military subjugation or the carefully brokered capitulation of contiguous lands. The formidable Orashtie Mountains emerged as a quintessential epicenter for this consolidation, owing to its paramount strategic positioning, abundant subterranean riches, and inherently formidable topography. Those chieftains who commanded pivotal mountain thoroughfares possessed the capacity to meticulously govern commercial conduits, levy imposts, and simultaneously project their martial might across numerous interconnected vales. This inherent topographical superiority enabled particular potentates to amass vital provisions and human capital at an accelerated pace, vastly surpassing their rivals, thereby galvanizing the nascent development of rudimentary state formations or proto-kingdoms. Matrimonial compacts proved instrumental in territorial consolidation, as chieftains ardently sought to interweave erstwhile antagonists into expansive familial webs, thereby significantly diminishing the propensity for subsequent hostilities. These alliances frequently involved intricate parleys concerning demarcated land limits, accords for the equitable distribution of vital assets, and reciprocal martial duties during periods of foreign aggression. The assimilation of previously autonomous tribal groups necessitated a meticulous equilibrium between sustaining ingrained indigenous traditions while simultaneously instituting cohesive, centralized governance frameworks. Adept tribal leaders exhibited extraordinary political sagacity in safeguarding distinct tribal characteristics concurrently with fostering a pervasive allegiance to the nascent monarchical edifice. The evolution of the Dacian martial apparatus throughout this epoch mirrored both pragmatic exigencies and deeply embedded cultural tenets, accentuating the individual valor and skill of each combatant within a framework of harmonized collective maneuvers. Historically, Dacian combatants engaged in warfare as singular paragons of martial excellence, ardently pursuing personal renown through conspicuous demonstrations of bravery and dexterity on the battlefield. Nevertheless, the escalating magnitude of territorial disputes mandated the adoption of more rigidly organized formations and intricately synchronized operational schemes that could efficiently confront and neutralize well-drilled opposing armies. This profound shift, from valorous individual duels to a structured and systematic military apparatus, constituted a momentous cultural metamorphosis which ingeniously preserved cherished martial customs while simultaneously elevating the overall efficacy of the collective fighting force. The formidable falx emerged as the quintessential, emblematic armament of Dacian military forces during this period of consolidation, undergoing a progressive refinement from rudimentary curved, bladed implements into a profoundly specialized, two-handed implement, possessing a formidable capacity for inflicting catastrophic damage upon both foot soldiers and mounted adversaries. Its dimensions typically spanned around 4 to 5 feet in overall length, characterized by a distinctively arced blade emanating from a rigid, unbent haft, thereby ingeniously fusing the sheer severing force of an axe with the extended engagement range inherent to a polearm. Artisan Dacian metallurgists pioneered advanced techniques in metalworking to forge falx blades that not only retained their razor-sharp cutting capacity, but also exhibited ample pliancy to absorb the violent concussions of combat without succumbing to fracture. The strategic deployment of these falx-brandishing combatants demanded rigorous drill and intricate synchronization, as the weapon's maximum lethality was contingent upon impeccable timing and unwavering adherence to formation protocols. Commanding Dacian officers devised bespoke combat arrangements meticulously engineered to amplify the falx's inherent strengths, whilst concurrently mitigating its intrinsic weaknesses. The weapon demonstrated exceptional efficacy when pitted against adversaries encased in substantial protective gear, as its distinctly curved edge possessed the uncanny ability to circumvent enemy shields and inflict grievous, dismembering wounds upon unprotected extremities or vital neck regions. However, the wielder of the falx remained susceptible during the momentary interval required to reset the weapon after each forceful blow, necessitating the presence of auxiliary forces armed with shields and more compact armaments to provide crucial cover during the frenetic engagement. Dacian defensive doctrines were characterized by an intricate comprehension of topographical benefits and the fundamental tenets of siegecraft, strategies that were a judicious synthesis of long-standing native martial heritage and strategic advancements acquired through interaction with the advanced cultures of the Mediterranean basin. While the erection of elevated defensive strongholds adhered to conventional design blueprints, ingenious Dacian engineers conceived unparalleled architectural methodologies that not only optimized defensive efficacy, but also substantially curtailed both material expenditures and manpower demands. The renowned Murus Daciacus stands as the definitive apotheosis of these groundbreaking defensive advancements, resulting in formidable rampart systems capable of enduring protracted blockades, while simultaneously demanding comparatively minimal upkeep. The unique construction methodology of the Murus Daciacus entailed the meticulous assembly of a robust framework comprising horizontal timber beams, securely fastened by upright wooden posts, with the intervening voids subsequently filled by precisely hewn and expertly interlocked stone blocks. This innovative building approach yielded walls imbued with a remarkable duality of pliancy and structural integrity, rendering them capable of absorbing the brutal concussions of siege engines without succumbing to catastrophic failure, all while presenting an imposing barrier to any direct frontal assault. Crucially, the internal timber skeleton served to uniformly disseminate stress loads throughout the entirety of the wall's structure, thereby preempting localized points of weakness that might otherwise be exploited by assaulting forces to create vulnerable breaches. Furthermore, astute Dacian engineers ingeniously integrated sophisticated drainage mechanisms within their wall edifices, effectively mitigating the detrimental effects of water ingress and the destructive forces of frost heaving, both of which posed significant threats to the long-term integrity of the stone foundations. The deeply ingrained martial ethos prevalent among the Dacian populace underscored paramount values such as individual bravery, unwavering fealty to their tribal leaders, and profound spiritual commitment. These tenets collectively forged exceptionally zealous military contingents, renowned for their capacity to mount protracted and resolute opposition even when confronted by numerically superior adversaries. The seamless incorporation of the veneration of Zalmoxis into the fabric of their martial culture offered a profound spiritual rationale for offensive campaigns, concurrently alleviating the inherent dread of mortality among combatants who held an unshakable conviction in the eternal persistence of the soul. This pervasive religious facet of Dacian military psychology conferred distinct psychological benefits, frequently confounding foreign adversaries who habitually misjudged the extraordinary Dacian resolve and their indomitable fortitude in the crucible of armed conflict. The genesis and proliferation of significant Dacian urban centers throughout this epoch were a direct consequence of both pressing defensive requirements and burgeoning economic prospects, factors that fundamentally contoured the nascent monarchical framework. Specifically, Sarmizegetusa Regia, strategically situated within the formidable Orashti Mountains, commenced its formative stages as a fortified habitation during the 3rd century BC, albeit its eventual transformation into the preeminent Dacian political and sacerdotal nexus unfolded incrementally across a span of multiple generations. The judicious choice of this particular locale was predicated upon a meticulous evaluation of its inherent defensive benefits, dependable access to vital water supplies, considerable agrarian fertility, and immediate vicinity to valuable mineral deposits, all crucial elements capable of sustaining a substantial and enduring populace. Initial construction endeavors at Sarmizegetusa Regia were predominantly concentrated on erecting robust defensive bulwarks, designed to safeguard the central precincts of the settlement, while simultaneously offering secure asylum for adjacent agricultural hamlets during periods of armed confrontation. The inherent topographical boons of the site encompassed precipitous inclines on numerous flanks, consistent sources of potable water, and panoramic vistas commanding the surrounding valleys, features that collectively afforded invaluable advance intelligence regarding the approach of hostile forces. Ingenious Dacian engineers further augmented these natural endowments through extensive terracing initiatives, which not only fashioned expansive level platforms suitable for construction, but also critically bolstered the stability of the slopes by means of meticulously crafted stone retaining walls. The hallowed sacred precinct within Sarmizegetusa Regia evolved concurrently with the construction of the settlement's formidable defensive edifices, a symbiotic development that powerfully underscored the profound intertwining of spiritual and temporal governance, a hallmark characteristic of the nascent Dacian monarchical structure. Extensive archaeological investigations have unearthed the foundational vestiges of both circular and rectilinear temple complexes, ingeniously fashioned from a combination of robust stone and durable timber components. These hallowed religious edifices performed a multifaceted array of roles, functioning not only as principal centers of veneration, but also as convocation points for tribal deliberations and as secure repositories for revered artifacts and communal riches, all of which served to powerfully symbolize and reinforce the prevailing political legitimacy. Concomitantly, other significant Dacian bastions nestled within the Orashtie Mountains exhibited developmental trajectories that mirrored these established patterns, with notable sites such as Kostesht Chetatsuye, Piatra Roșie, and Blidaru, each fulfilling distinct, specialized roles within a meticulously conceived and interconnected defensive matrix. Specifically, Kostesht Chetatsuye strategically commanded the vital ingress points originating from the southern and western quadrants, while its elevated vantage point facilitated crucial visual communication pathways with other fortified positions, employing elaborate systems of signal fires and smoke columns. The architectural design of this site ingeniously integrated multiple layers of defensive lines, engineered to funnel assaulting forces into meticulously designated engagement areas, simultaneously affording secure withdrawal corridors for the defending garrisons. Blidaru, in its own right, functioned dualistically as both a pivotal military observation post and a significant spiritual hub, as evidenced by archaeological findings that consistently point to the coexistence of both robust fortification structures and sacred temple complexes. The strategic placement of Blidaru afforded paramount control over critical mountain defiles, whilst concurrently ensuring unbroken communication channels with the principal administrative and religious centers. Notably, the astute Dacian engineers at Blidaru pioneered and implemented groundbreaking water management systems, meticulously designed to harvest and store rainwater within subterranean reservoirs, thereby guaranteeing an uninterrupted and dependable water supply throughout protracted periods of siege. The financial bedrock of the nascent Dacian polities was built upon a multifaceted array of production methods, ingeniously combining abundant agricultural yields, extensive mineral exploitation, skilled artisanal craftsmanship, and far-reaching commercial connections. Dacian agricultural practices had undergone a profound transformation, moving beyond rudimentary subsistence farming to embrace specialized crop cultivation, sophisticated animal husbandry operations, and innovative food processing techniques that consistently generated valuable surpluses for trade. The highly fertile river valleys of Transylvania proved exceptionally conducive to the cultivation of various grains, with archaeological investigations providing compelling evidence of widespread production of wheat, barley, millet, and an assortment of legumes which served as crucial staples for both human sustenance and animal fodder. Dacian farmers had engineered advanced crop rotation systems, meticulously designed to preserve the inherent richness of the soil while simultaneously maximizing harvest outputs. These sophisticated agrarian techniques represented a synthesis of invaluable indigenous knowledge and progressive innovations, assimilated through sustained interactions with Mediterranean farming traditions. A pivotal advancement was the widespread adoption of iron plowshares during the 4th century BC, which dramatically enhanced agricultural productivity by facilitating deeper soil cultivation and significantly more efficient land preparation. Furthermore, Dacian agrarian communities developed a specialized array of implements for the various stages of harvesting, processing, and storing their grain crops. These purpose-built tools were instrumental in significantly reducing manual labor requirements, while simultaneously elevating the overall quality and extending the preservation period of their foodstuffs. The practice of animal rearing among the Dacians prominently featured bovines, ovines, caprines, and swine, which collectively furnished an essential bounty of meat, dairy products, leather, wool, and other vital commodities, serving both immediate local consumption and broader trade objectives. Dacian herders skillfully implemented transhumance practices, strategically moving their livestock between distinct seasonal pastures. This method proved highly effective in optimizing grazing opportunities across varied terrains, while simultaneously mitigating the ecological pressure on valuable agricultural lands. The rugged, mountainous topography characteristic of Dacian territories proved particularly advantageous for the herding of sheep and goats, with elevated high-altitude pastures providing excellent summer grazing and sheltered valleys offering crucial protection and sustenance during the harsh winter months. Metallurgy stood as the most refined and economically crucial artisanal endeavor within Dacian society, with extensive gold and silver mining operations generating the substantial wealth indispensable for underpinning centralized political administrations and maintaining formidable military contingents. The Apuseni Mountains, renowned for their geological richness, contained numerous gold deposits that Dacian miners expertly exploited through both accessible surface mining and complex underground shaft operations. Comprehensive archaeological investigations at historically significant sites, such as Rocia, Montana, have unveiled vast, intricate ancient mining networks, which incorporated meticulously constructed vertical shafts, extensive horizontal galleries, and remarkably sophisticated drainage systems, all designed to enable deep underground extraction of precious ores. Dacian mining techniques represented a remarkable fusion of ingenious indigenous innovations and advanced methodologies assimilated through sustained contact with more developed Mediterranean civilizations. A prime example was the strategic application of fire setting, a technique employed to fracture exceptionally hard rock formations, thereby granting miners access to valuable ore deposits that would have been utterly impossible to extract using only conventional hand tools. This intricate process involved intensely heating rock faces with large fires, followed by their rapid cooling with water, a method that induced thermal shock fractures, which could then be exploited with picks and wedges. Dacian miners also pioneered effective hydraulic mining methods, skillfully diverting stream water to wash gold-bearing gravels and efficiently separate precious metals from extraneous, worthless material. Silver mining operations within Dacian territories primarily concentrated on the exploitation of lead-silver ore deposits, which inherently demanded more intricate extraction and processing techniques compared to the relatively simpler methods used for gold mining. Dacian metallurgists, through persistent innovation, developed sophisticated processes specifically designed to separate silver from lead, using meticulously controlled heating and oxidation procedures. The successful execution of these techniques necessitated specialized furnaces capable of reaching and maintaining precise temperatures, coupled with the expertise of highly skilled craftsmen who possessed a profound understanding of the complex chemical processes integral to metal purification. The resulting high-quality silver became an exceptionally crucial trade commodity, playing a pivotal role in facilitating robust commercial relationships with Greek colonies and other influential Mediterranean civilizations. Robust trade relationships between emergent Dacian kingdoms and established Greek colonies situated along the Black Sea coast flourished during the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, giving rise to expansive commercial networks. These networks facilitated a reciprocal exchange where Dacian raw materials were traded for sophisticated manufactured goods, coveted luxury items, and significant cultural influences. Greek colonies, including prominent centers like Histria, Tomis, and Calatis, functioned as vital intermediary trading hubs, effectively connecting the resource-rich Dacian territories with the broader, more extensive Mediterranean commercial systems. Dacian merchants meticulously transported valuable commodities such as gold, silver, diverse agricultural products, various forms of livestock, and finely crafted goods to these bustling coastal markets, receiving in return essential imports like wine, olive oil, pottery, intricate metalwork, and a wide array of other manufactured items. The concurrent development of standardized weights and measures proved instrumental in streamlining these burgeoning trade relationships by establishing universally accepted commercial benchmarks, which in turn significantly reduced transaction costs and mitigated potential disputes. Archaeological evidence gleaned from numerous sites distinctly indicates that Dacian territories judiciously adopted modified versions of Greek commercial standards for their external dealings, while simultaneously maintaining their traditional indigenous measurement systems for internal local transactions. This pragmatic dual system afforded Dacian merchants the flexibility and capacity to participate effectively in the lucrative arena of international trade, all while meticulously preserving their deeply rooted traditional commercial practices within their own sovereign territories. The intricate commercial networks and sophisticated political structures that had painstakingly developed over the preceding centuries collectively forged a robust foundation, upon which an extraordinary leader would ultimately erect the first truly unified Dacian state. Approximately around 70 BC, a charismatic chieftain named Burebista emerged from the historically significant power centers nestled within the Apuseni Mountains. His strategic ambitions and vision extended far beyond the localized regional kingdoms that had characterized Dacian political organization for many generations. In stark contrast to his predecessors, who had primarily concentrated their efforts on consolidating control within the confines of the Carpathian Basin, Burebista harbored a grander vision: to establish a formidable Dacian confederation that would exert its dominion over the entirety of southeastern Europe, stretching majestically from the Black Sea shores to the expansive Pannonian Plain. Burebista's ascent to paramount power occurred during a tumultuous era marked by escalating external pressures that increasingly jeopardized the traditional independence and sovereignty of the Dacian people. Celtic migrations from the Western territories had introduced novel military techniques and sophisticated political organizations, presenting formidable challenges to established territorial boundaries. Concurrently, the relentless expansion of Roman influence in the Balkans created unprecedented threats to vital Dacian commercial relationships and their cherished political autonomy. Greek colonies strategically positioned along the Black Sea coast found themselves under mounting pressure from both Roman and Pontic forces, a situation that severely disrupted the intricate trade networks which had become absolutely essential to Dacian economic prosperity. These converging and multifaceted challenges demanded coordinated responses that far exceeded the capabilities of individual Dacian kingdoms, thereby creating unique opportunities for visionary leaders who could articulate compelling visions of unified resistance and concerted action. The initial phase of Burebista's ambitious consolidation campaign was strategically directed towards securing absolute control over the diverse Dacian territories situated within Transylvania. This was achieved through a meticulously orchestrated combination of decisive military conquest, shrewd diplomatic negotiation, and potent religious legitimization. Archaeological evidence meticulously excavated from this period unequivocally indicates significant construction activity at major fortification sites, strongly suggesting that Burebista invested substantial resources into enhancing defensive infrastructure. Simultaneously, he was assiduously building and expanding the formidable military forces necessary for his envisioned territorial expansion. The extensive enhancement of existing fortifications at the strategically vital Sarmizegetusa Regia included the construction of additional, imposing defensive walls, the expansion of crucial storage facilities, and the enlargement of residential areas, all designed to accommodate an increased number of administrative personnel and a larger military garrison. Burebista's sophisticated military organization ingeniously integrated traditional Dacian warrior culture with groundbreaking innovations that significantly enhanced battlefield effectiveness against a diverse array of enemy forces. While the formidable falx remained the primary and most iconic weapon of Dacian heavy infantry, Burebista's forces also comprised specialized units. These units were expertly equipped with spears, shields, and protective armor, enabling them to engage enemy formations using more conventional and adaptable tactics. This strategic military diversification empowered Dacian armies to judiciously adapt their combat methods according to specific battlefield conditions and the unique capabilities of their adversaries, rather than relying exclusively on traditional fighting techniques that might prove ineffective against highly organized opponents. The comprehensive recruitment system that underpinned Burebista's rapid military expansion drew upon the entire Dacian population, imposing obligations that ingeniously combined traditional warrior service with a more systematic and professionalized military organization. Young men from the agricultural communities, forming the backbone of Dacian society, received rigorous training in weapons handling, disciplined formation fighting, and advanced siege warfare techniques. This intensive training transformed them from part-time tribal warriors into highly skilled, professional soldiers, capable of sustained and demanding campaign operations. This unprecedented military professionalization, however, necessitated significant economic resources to support extensive training programs. The mass production of specialized equipment and complex campaign logistics that were vital for keeping large armies effectively deployed in the field for extended periods. Burebista's systematic unification of Dacian tribes proceeded meticulously across the vast Carpathian region. Each successful integration of a new tribe or territory provided additional invaluable resources and increased manpower, which were then strategically leveraged for subsequent expansion operations. The process typically commenced with carefully orchestrated diplomatic overtures that skillfully emphasized a shared cultural identity, common religious beliefs, and the mutual benefits to be derived from political cooperation under a unified banner. Tribal leaders who willingly accepted Burebista's authority were generally permitted to retain significant autonomy over their local affairs, while in return, they contributed military forces and regular tribute payments to the burgeoning Central Confederation. Those who chose to resist Burebista's vision faced coordinated military campaigns that combined direct, overwhelming assault with targeted economic pressure, meticulously designed to isolate opposition forces and actively encourage defection among their wavering supporters. The complex integration of former enemies into Burebista's confederation demanded the establishment of sophisticated administrative systems capable of effectively managing diverse populations while simultaneously maintaining a high state of military readiness for continued and ambitious expansion. During this era, the Dacian administrative framework skillfully fused traditional tribal governance principles with groundbreaking organizational innovations, thereby facilitating cohesive, centralized coordination across its expansive domains. While regional chieftains judiciously preserved their jurisdiction over immediate community affairs, such as local disputes or seasonal harvests, all pivotal determinations concerning military expeditions, the meticulous allocation of vital resources, and the intricate tapestry of external diplomatic relationships invariably necessitated the explicit endorsement from Burebista's burgeoning central administration, strategically situated at the revered capital of Sarmizegetusa Regia. This dual structure allowed for both localized autonomy and overarching strategic direction. The profound process of religious unification served an absolutely pivotal function within Burebista's grand consolidation strategy, for a bedrock of shared spiritual beliefs furnished the essential cultural foundations necessary for fostering political cooperation among the myriad of previously independent tribes. In this monumental undertaking, the esteemed high priest Dacian swiftly emerged as Burebista's foremost associate, instrumental in orchestrating sweeping religious reforms. These reforms were meticulously designed to fortify the distinct Dacian cultural identity, simultaneously validating and sanctioning the burgeoning centralized political authority. Dacian, a figure of immense spiritual gravitas, not only commanded a profound understanding of traditional Dacian religious practices, but also possessed the sagacity to comprehend how deeply held spiritual convictions could be judiciously molded to fulfill broader political aims without ever compromising their intrinsic and essential sacred character. The ambitious religious purification campaign, spearheaded by Dacian, systematically entailed the widespread systematization of ritual practices throughout all territories falling under Burebista's dominion. This initiative effectively forged coherent ritualistic customs, thereby establishing harmonious liturgical practices that powerfully bolstered governmental cohesion through profoundly shared spiritual experiences. Concurrently, revered sacred groves scattered across the Dacian lands received augmented safeguarding and meticulous upkeep, while novel religious sites were strategically erected in locations designed to fulfill both vital spiritual and administrative functions. These burgeoning religious centers rapidly evolved into dynamic hubs for regular convocations, drawing together esteemed representatives from diverse tribal groups. Such assemblies not only created invaluable opportunities for enhanced political communication, but also fostered vibrant cultural exchange, ultimately strengthening the intrinsic bonds of the Confederation. In a far-reaching move, Dacian enacted an extensive interdiction against wine consumption, a policy that underscored both profound spiritual cleansing goals and astute pragmatic governmental concerns. This sweeping ban on wine fulfilled manifold objectives within Burebista's overarching unification strategy. Notably, it eradicated a wellspring of societal discord that had historically fueled internecine conflicts between disparate tribal groups. Simultaneously, it powerfully showcased the paramount power's capacity to regulate even personal behavior across the entire Confederation, asserting central control. Robust archaeological evidence unearthed from this era vividly indicates a striking decrease in wine-related artifacts at numerous Dacian sites, strongly suggesting extensive adherence to the prohibition, notwithstanding its potential unpopularity among certain segments of the populace. Furthermore, the wine interdiction bore significant fiscal consequences, effectively fortifying Dacian self-reliance by diminishing reliance on external trade relationships, while concurrently fostering the cultivation substitute agrarian commodities. Dacian farmers, who had previously dedicated their energies to cultivating grapes for viticulture, judiciously reoriented their endeavors towards cultivating grain crops, raising livestock, and pursuing other diversified agricultural activities that directly supported expanding military campaigns and burgeoning population growth. This strategic agricultural reorientation not only lessened Dacian reliance on imported wine, but also generated substantial excess yields, crucial for sustaining larger military forces and increasingly complex administrative structures. The deliberate strengthening of cultural identity under the joint leadership of Burebista and Decebalus encompassed the fervent advancement of uniquely Dacian artistic traditions, distinctive architectural styles, and specialized craft techniques. These cultural hallmarks served to set apart the confederation's constituents from adjacent populaces. Notably, Dacian metalworkers cultivated progressively refined ornamental methods, ingeniously integrating ancestral geometric motifs with novel aesthetic components that vividly commemorated martial triumphs and governmental successes. These burgeoning artistic developments effectively forged emblematic representations of Dacian identity, which in turn powerfully buttressed civic allegiance, while simultaneously showcasing the Confederation's refined cultural essence to inquisitive external observers. Subsequent to the successful Dacian unification, the Confederation embarked upon an ambitious territorial expansion that unfolded concurrently across several strategic fronts. Burebista's formidable forces initiated synchronized military operations, executing coordinated campaigns against the resilient Celtic tribes situated to the west, various Thracian groups inhabiting the southern regions, and the well-established Greek settlements arrayed along the Black Sea coast. This multi-directional offensive underscored the burgeoning power and strategic reach of the newly consolidated Dacian state. The subjugation of adjacent Celtic territories necessitated distinct martial approaches compared to those previously employed against Dacian tribes, primarily because Celtic warriors utilized diverse armaments, operational methods, and sophisticated defensive structures that compelled flexible reactions from Burebista's forces. Celtic settlements commonly displayed formidable earthen ramparts, often encircled by robust timber palisades, which could effectively resist direct frontal assaults, but ultimately proved susceptible to protracted encirclement tactics. In response, Dacian military engineers meticulously devised bespoke siege apparatus, specifically designed to overcome these formidable Celtic fortifications, while meticulously minimizing casualties among the attacking forces. These advanced siege techniques ingeniously integrated components of Hellenic and Roman tactical architecture, knowledge that Dacian forces had acquired through their extensive contacts with Greek colonies and observations of Roman military operations within the broader region. The intricate construction of towering siege towers, powerful battering rams, and precise catapult devices demanded not only highly skilled craftsmen, but also substantial material resources. Nevertheless, These strategic investments empowered Dacian legions to subdue entrenched strongholds that would have been impregnable using traditional assault methods. The assimilation of subjugated Celtic domains into Burebista's burgeoning confederation largely mirrored the patterns established during the earlier Dacian unification process, whereby local leaders who submitted peacefully generally preserved governance over their communities, while those who offered resistance faced direct replacement by Dacian administrators. Furthermore, Celtic populations held significant expertise in metalwork, agriculture, and trade, all of which substantially augmented the Confederation's fiscal prowess. And Celtic warriors who accepted Dacian authority readily furnished supplementary martial personnel for subsequent expansion campaigns. The campaigns against Thracian populations posed distinct complexities, largely owing to the shared cultural and linguistic connections these groups held with the Dacians, which intrinsically intricated martial and governmental interactions. Consequently, some Thracian tribes genuinely perceived Dacian encroachment as emancipation from external subjugation, while others, conversely, interpreted it as annexation by estranged kinsmen who had regrettably abandoned traditional ways of life. Burebista's forces, therefore, faced the delicate task of differentiating among Thracian factions, identifying those amenable to integration through negotiation versus those necessitating outright military conquest. This nuanced process imperatively demanded astute reconnaissance and refined ambassadorial proficiencies. The successful conquest of Thracian territories profoundly benefited Burebista's alliance by granting it crucial ingress to important trade routes, notably those connecting the majestic Danube River with the Aegean Sea. This acquisition substantially augmented Dacian mercantile prospects, while simultaneously alleviating reliance on Pontic littoral commerce. Furthermore, Thracian agrarian methodologies, especially regarding viticulture and animal husbandry, furnished precious expertise that could be adroitly acclimated to Dacian ecological circumstances, even despite the Confederation's religious prohibition on wine consumption. The strategic integration of Thracian populations also provided invaluable dialectal and ethnological facilitators who could effectively expedite ambassadorial connections with other Thracian groups and the Hellenic cities. The Greek cities arrayed along the western Black Sea coast constituted the preeminent formidable objectives for Dacian expansion, primarily because these ancient settlements boasted elaborate protective frameworks, maintained highly trained martial contingents, and enjoyed prospective backing from foreign potentates, including the formidable Republic of Rome and various Hellenistic kingdoms. These Greek colonies, furthermore, had cultivated far-reaching mercantile conduits that furnished them with vital provisions and martial aid, resources that vastly surpassed the self-generated capacities of solitary urban centers. Consequently, attacking these formidable cities demanded meticulous planning and synchronized tactical deployment to forestall the arrival of outside auxiliary forces during siege operations. Burebista's campaigns against the Greek cities ingeniously utilized integrated terrestrial and maritime maneuvers, which effectively cordoned off intended urban centers while hindering any maritime egress or replenishment. Dacian forces resourcefully fabricated provisional maritime craft using locally sourced timber and ingeniously repurposed captured Greek ships to create ad hoc naval formations capable of sealing off port facilities and interdicting logistical convoys. These complex naval operations necessitated that Dacian warriors acquire proficiency in novel combat methods and nautical competencies, powerfully evidencing the Confederation's pliancy and acquisitive aptitude under Burebista's astute leadership. The successful capture of these Greek cities provided Dacian forces with crucial ingression to sophisticated martial apparatus, including formidable siege engines, advanced naval equipment, and refined metallurgical techniques, all of which significantly augmented their prowess for successive expeditions. Greek craftsmen and engineers who survived the conquest often chose to join Dacian employ, imparting their expert acumen to the confederation's military and economic development. This strategic fusion of Hellenic technological proficiency with ancestral Dacian craftsmanship engendered composite innovations that demonstrated clear supremacy over either tradition alone. The intricate diplomatic relationships between Burebista's burgeoning confederation and the mighty Republic of Rome unfolded amidst an epoch of profound internal strife within the Roman state, a tumultuous period that engendered both propitious junctures and perilous exigencies for Dacian foreign policy. Rome's relentless expansion into the Balkans had already precipitated immediate proximity between Roman legions and Dacian territories, thereby forging a duality of prospective collaboration and potential confrontation, contingent upon the specific circumstances and influential personalities involved. The succession of Roman civil wars, however, afforded Burebista unique avenues to sway Roman political machinations via judicious backing of divergent parties. Yet, these strategic interventions invariably hazarded inciting Roman reprisal, irrespective of which faction ultimately achieved victory. Burebista's calculated involvement in these Roman internal conflicts evinced a nuanced comprehension of Roman political dynamics and a prudent assessment of prospective advantages and inherent perils associated with various policy options. The astute Dacian king recognized that Roman internal conflicts inherently created temporary weaknesses that could be leveraged to further Dacian objectives. Nevertheless, he also fully understood that Roman martial prowess endured redoubtable, even during periods of profound political instability. Consequently, Dacian diplomatic strategy consistently prioritized circumspect engagement, meticulously calibrated to modulate Roman conduct, without instigating overwhelming and disproportionate retribution. Helming the strategic response to emergent threats, an intricate network of diplomatic exchanges began to solidify between Burebista, the formidable king of Dacia, and Pompey the Great, an influential figure within the Roman Republic. Their burgeoning relationship was predicated upon a mutual recognition of shared geopolitical interests, primarily centered on a concerted effort to counteract the escalating influence and formidable power wielded by Julius Caesar within the Roman political landscape. Pompey's established dominion over the vast territories of the eastern Mediterranean naturally fostered a strategic alignment with Dacian aspirations for enduring independence from the inexorable tide of Roman expansionism. Concurrently, Burebista's well-disciplined and potent military forces were perceived as invaluable potential confederates, capable of posing a significant strategic threat to Caesar's firmly entrenched positions in regions such as Gaul and Germania. Tangible archaeological findings provide compelling indications of a marked surge in diplomatic engagements and extensive communication channels between the Dacian realms and the territories under Roman suzerainty during this specific historical epoch. This heightened interaction underscored a period of regular and substantive dialogue between these two formidable powers. Burebista's prospective endorsement and active military support for Pompey's cause against Caesar necessitated intricate and protracted negotiations. These discussions encompassed crucial aspects such as the provision of military assistance, the precise delineation of territorial boundaries, and the establishment of post-conflict political frameworks that would subsequently govern the multifaceted interactions between Dacian and Roman domains. Such demanding diplomatic exchanges required Dacian envoys to skillfully navigate the complex and rigid Roman political conventions, all while meticulously safeguarding vital Dacian interests and preserving the necessary operational flexibility to adapt to unforeseen geopolitical shifts. The profound geopolitical ramifications of Julius Caesar's assassination in 44 BC served to fundamentally reconfigure the prevailing strategic landscape. This momentous event, while momentarily alleviating immediate external pressures on Dacian sovereignty, simultaneously introduced a fresh wave of ambiguities concerning Rome's prospective foreign policy orientation towards the dynamic region of southeastern Europe. Concomitantly, the demise of Burebista in the same year, 44 BC, precipitated an immediate and profound crisis of succession, threatening to dismantle the expansive and intricate confederation that he had painstakingly forged over several decades. The precise circumstances surrounding his death remain shrouded in persistent historical enigma, with various ancient chronicles presenting divergent accounts regarding the motivations and identities of the perpetrators. Strabo, for instance, attributes the assassination to internal dissent among Dacian aristocrats who harbored resentment towards his centralized authority, while other historical narratives implicate external adversaries who astutely perceived Burebista's elimination as the most efficacious means to enervate Dacian power. Regardless of the exact particulars, his death occurred at a critically sensitive juncture when the nascent confederation was in dire need of robust and cohesive leadership to sustain its fragile unity among a disparate array of tribal factions, many of which had only recently been integrated under a singular, overarching command structure. Amidst the prevailing political turmoil, Dacian emerged as both an inevitable and indispensable heir to Burebista's formidable authority. Although his pathway to power diverged significantly from that of his predecessor. Unlike Burebista, who had consolidated his dominance primarily through relentless military campaigns and astute political maneuvering, Dacian possessed profound religious authority, which furnished him with an alternative, yet equally potent fount of legitimacy among the Dacian populace. His esteemed position as the high priest of the revered Zalmoxian cult had established him as Burebista's most trusted confidant and an instrumental collaborator in the implementation of sweeping religious reforms that were crucial in fortifying Dacian cultural identity across the vast confederation. This deeply embedded religious bedrock allowed Dacian to assert his authority not merely through secular might, but through the profound resonance of divine sanction, thereby establishing a distinct yet equally effective framework for exercising political control. The Regency period, commencing approximately in 44 BC, represented a pivotal epoch marking a profound transformation in Dacian governance, shifting from a predominantly militaristic leadership paradigm towards an intricately layered system that seamlessly integrated religious, legal, and administrative authorities under a singular, unified directive. Dacian possessed an acute perception that the sustained cohesion of the confederation demanded more than mere military prowess or the ephemeral charisma of individual leaders. Instead, it necessitated the establishment of robust, enduring institutional frameworks capable of transcending the lifespan of individual rulers and ensuring uninterrupted continuity across successive generations. His comprehensive approach to statecraft, therefore, prioritized the meticulous development of formal legal statutes, the widespread standardization of religious observances, and the systematic implementation of administrative protocols. These foundational elements were meticulously designed to cultivate an immutable and resilient organizational structure for the Dacian polity. Upon his accession, Decianus immediately confronted significant obstacles, particularly from numerous tribal chieftains, who, while having submitted to Burebista's overwhelming military might, now openly questioned the legitimacy and authority of a priest-king who ostensibly lacked comparable martial accomplishments. Emboldened by this perceived vulnerability, several outlying regions swiftly moved to reassert their erstwhile independence, calculating that religious authority alone would prove insufficient to command the obedience of populations long accustomed to the decisive leadership of warrior kings. These challenges underscored the imperative for Decianus to unequivocally demonstrate that his novel model of governance was not only capable of preserving territorial integrity and ensuring military efficacy, but also of delivering superior administrative services, which, he aimed to prove, would inherently justify the necessity and benefits of a centralized governmental structure. The profound advantage conferred upon Dacian leadership by the religious legitimacy that Decianus embodied was instrumental, empowering him to enact far-reaching reforms that would have been utterly unattainable under a purely secular administration. His profound and intricate understanding of Zalmoxian theology furnished him with sophisticated and compelling arguments for political compliance, grounding obedience firmly in the immutable concept of divine will rather than mere human coercion. Dacian communities, who might have otherwise resisted purely secular administrative directives, readily embraced similar requirements when they were artfully presented as sacred obligations, framed as essential for both spiritual purification and the attainment of divine favor. This overarching religious framework successfully transformed what could have been contentious political reforms into universally accepted sacred duties, imbued with both immediate temporal and profound eternal consequences for either adherence or defiance. The monumental undertaking of codifying Dacian laws under Decianus represented the inaugural systematic endeavor to establish cohesive and uniform legal benchmarks across the entirety of the confederation's vast territory. Prior to this initiative, legal practices had exhibited considerable variability among the diverse tribal groups, with each distinct community adhering to its own customary statutes and specific judicial processes, deeply rooted in local traditions and unique historical circumstances. This pervasive legal heterogeneity had historically engendered significant administrative complexities and frequent jurisdictional disputes, which, in turn, critically undermined the Confederation's unity, particularly in instances involving disagreements between members of disparate tribal groups or communities situated near contentious territorial frontiers. Decianus's sagacious methodology for legal codification involved a meticulous synthesis of extant tribal laws rather than the imposition of entirely novel legal frameworks. A nuanced approach designed to circumvent potential resistance from deeply traditional communities. His cadre of erudite legal scholars conducted comprehensive investigations into customary practices prevalent across all Dacian territories, their objective being to discern shared principles and procedures that could form the bedrock of a unified legal corpus. In instances where tribal practices diverged, Decianus masterfully established standardized procedures that ingeniously integrated elements from multiple traditions. Crucially, these new standards were imbued with foundational principles derived directly from Zalmoxian religious doctrines concerning justice, communal accountability, and divine adjudication. The resultant legal code meticulously addressed fundamental facets of societal order, including property entitlements, protocols for inheritance, the administration of criminal justice, and the intricate dynamics of commercial interactions, all of which had previously been governed by a patchwork of inconsistent local customs. The specific provisions of the Dacian legal code meticulously delineated clear and unequivocal procedures governing land ownership, the rights pertaining to resource extraction, and the precise demarcation of territorial boundaries. These provisions were instrumental in mitigating intercommunal conflicts, while simultaneously providing a robust legal scaffolding for sustained economic advancement. Furthermore, the inheritance laws instituted standardized protocols for the seamless transfer of both material property and political authority across generational divides, thereby significantly curtailing the succession disputes that had historically been a potent source of political instability. The innovative approach to criminal justice procedures under the new legal framework notably emphasized restitution and community service over purely punitive measures, reflecting the core Zalmoxian tenets concerning spiritual redemption and the imperative of social harmony. While severe transgressions that jeopardized communal safety or religious sanctity could still incur penalties such as exile or death, the majority of offenses mandated that perpetrators compensate their victims and engage in community service, thereby demonstrating a tangible commitment to social reintegration and rehabilitation. These justice procedures skillfully incorporated traditional Dacian concepts of honor and shame, while simultaneously furnishing systematic methodologies for the equitable resolution of disputes and the diligent preservation of social order. The comprehensive codification of commercial law was specifically designed to address the intricate and burgeoning trade relationships that had developed throughout the Confederation. It established standardized systems for weights, measures, and currency, which served to greatly facilitate long-distance commerce and simultaneously safeguard local merchants from unscrupulous or fraudulent practices. The legal code meticulously specified clear procedures for contract enforcement, the collection of outstanding debts, and the systematic resolution of commercial disputes. These provisions instilled a profound sense of confidence in merchants, enabling them to conduct their business across disparate tribal boundaries without the apprehension of arbitrary legal judgments or inconsistent judicial processes. These robust commercial protections not only stimulated considerable economic development, but also generated substantial tax revenues, which were subsequently channeled to support the Confederation's vital administrative and military expenditures. The concerted effort to fortify the Zalmoxian cult under Dacianus's leadership encompassed both a significant theological evolution and a strategic institutional expansion. This dual approach successfully transformed traditional Dacian religious practices into highly sophisticated systems, capable of underpinning complex political and social organizational structures. While Zalmoxian theology had historically placed a primary emphasis on individual spiritual maturation and personal communion with divine forces, Dacianus ingeniously cultivated and expanded the communal dimensions of religious observance. These innovations were specifically designed to reinforce social cohesion and foster political allegiance among the diverse members of the Confederation. These theological advancements judiciously preserved established spiritual tenets while adeptly adapting them to meet the pragmatic requirements of a burgeoning, large-scale political entity. The substantial expansion of religious institutions under the sagacious leadership of Dacian encompassed the systematic establishment of intricate formal priesthood hierarchies. These structured bodies were meticulously designed to deliver comprehensive religious services across the vast expanse of confederation territories, simultaneously ensuring unwavering doctrinal consistency and seamless administrative coordination. Local priests, the spiritual conduits for their communities, underwent rigorous instruction at centrally located religious academies. This formalized training standardized their theological knowledge and ritualistic procedures, thereby cultivating a cadre of professional religious classes capable of fulfilling both profound spiritual duties and essential administrative functions within their respective communities. These esteemed priests thus became crucial intermediaries, bridging the gap between the central governing authority and the diverse local populations. Adeptly articulating governmental policies through a religious lens, while meticulously relaying local concerns and prevailing conditions back to the central administrators. The period of Dacian witnessed significant sacred site development, characterized by both the reverential enhancement of pre-existing religious locations and the ambitious creation of novel ceremonial centers. These new hubs were conceived to serve overarching confederation-wide religious and political objectives. Sarmizegetusa Regia, in particular, underwent extensive religious construction, a monumental transformation that elevated it to the status of the foremost pilgrimage destination for all Dacian populations scattered throughout the Confederation. Archaeological discoveries provide compelling evidence of multiple temple complexes, expansive ceremonial plazas, and comprehensive residential facilities, all designed to comfortably accommodate vast throngs of religious visitors during the Confederation's major festivals and solemn ceremonies. The sacred calendar, meticulously instituted by Dacian, orchestrated regular occasions for Confederation-wide religious observances. These gatherings drew together representatives from every tribal group and territorial region, fostering a profound sense of unity. These religious festivals were multifaceted events, functioning simultaneously as fervent spiritual celebrations, pivotal political assemblies, and dynamic commercial opportunities, all of which substantially strengthened Confederation cohesion through shared experiences and invaluable mutual interactions. The precise timing of these major festivals ingeniously corresponded with traditional agricultural seasons and significant astronomical events, while seamlessly integrating novel elements that specifically commemorated the Confederation's remarkable achievements and its enduring political unity. The sophisticated elements of theocratic governance introduced by Dacian represented a remarkably refined endeavor to seamlessly integrate religious authority with the practical exigencies of administration. This intricate system was devised without ever compromising either the profound spiritual authenticity of Dacian beliefs or the governmental effectiveness required for sound rule. Central to this model were religious councils, sagacious bodies composed of senior priests drawn from the various regions, who provided invaluable advisory services to political administrators. Crucially, these councils maintained an inviolable independence in matters pertaining purely to spiritual doctrine and practice. This thoughtful separation of religious and political spheres was a masterful stroke, effectively preventing potential conflicts between secular and sacred authority. Concurrently, it rigorously ensured that all governmental policies remained perpetually consistent with deeply held Dacian religious values and time-honored cultural traditions, thereby fostering a harmonious and stable society. The impressive architectural achievements realized during Dacianus's extensive rule served a dual purpose, embodying both essential practical defensive requirements and potent symbolic expressions of Dacian cultural sophistication. These monumental constructions were designed to project the confederation's formidable capabilities to both its internal populace and, significantly, to external observers and potential adversaries. Construction projects undertaken throughout this transformative period consistently emphasized a monumental scale and embraced groundbreaking technical innovation, unequivocally showcasing Dacian engineering prowess. Simultaneously, these structures fulfilled critical practical functions related to defense, administration, and religious observance, forming the bedrock of a burgeoning civilization. Such ambitious building programs necessitated the meticulous coordination of vast labor forces, the application of highly specialized technical skills, and the allocation of significant material resources, all of which powerfully demonstrated the Confederation's advanced organizational capabilities and its burgeoning economic strength. Improvements in defensive architecture during this epoch primarily concentrated on the robust enhancement of existing fortification systems, concurrently with the pioneering development of novel construction techniques. These innovations were meticulously engineered to offer superior protection against an evolving spectrum of military threats. The Murus Dacius construction method, a hallmark of Dacian engineering, reached its zenith of development during the Dacianus period. Engineers meticulously perfected intricate stone-fitting techniques and refined structural engineering principles, culminating in the creation of defensive walls that were, to all intents and purposes, virtually impregnable. These formidable fortifications incorporated a myriad of sophisticated features, including multiple defensive lines for staggered protection, cleverly concealed sally ports for surprise sorties, extensive underground storage facilities to sustain garrisons, and ingeniously integrated water management systems, all designed to enable the garrisons to withstand prolonged and arduous sieges. The development of sacred architecture during this particularly fertile period gave rise to some of the most sophisticated religious structures found in ancient Europe. These edifices masterfully combined traditional Dacian building techniques with innovative approaches that reflected an increased depth of technical knowledge and a refined aesthetic sensibility. Temple construction, most notably at Sarmizegetusa Regia and other significant religious centers, incorporated precise astronomical alignments. This intricate feature not only connected religious ceremonies with profound celestial events, but also powerfully demonstrated the advanced state of Dacian astronomical knowledge. These revered religious buildings were characterized by complex stonemasonry, intricate wooden framework systems, and exquisitely crafted decorative elements, all contributing to the creation of truly impressive architectural compositions, perfectly suited for grand religious and pivotal political ceremonies. Engineering achievements flourishing under Dacianus's reign included the implementation of sophisticated water management systems. These critical infrastructures were designed to provide reliable and consistent water supplies for major settlements, simultaneously supporting and expanding agricultural development in areas previously considered marginal or unproductive. Dacian engineers meticulously developed advanced techniques for constructing extensive underground aqueducts, robust storage systems, and efficient distribution networks, capable of delivering life-sustaining water across considerable distances and overcoming significant elevation changes. These ambitious hydraulic engineering projects demanded precise surveying, advanced construction methodologies, and meticulous ongoing maintenance, all of which unequivocally demonstrated the Confederation's impressive capabilities for large-scale infrastructure development. Furthermore, road construction during the Dacian period resulted in significantly improved communication and transportation networks. These vital arteries effectively connected all major Confederation centers, while simultaneously providing crucial military advantages for rapid troop movement and strategic coordination across the diverse terrain. Dacian road builders skillfully adapted proven Roman engineering techniques to suit local terrain conditions, thereby creating transportation systems that could function effectively even in challenging mountainous environments, all while requiring remarkably minimal maintenance. These well-constructed roads facilitated both swift military operations and vibrant commercial activities, thereby profoundly strengthening Confederation unity and fostering significant economic development. The fragmentation that regrettably commenced following Dacianus's death, occurring around 27 BC, was a direct consequence of inherent structural weaknesses within the Confederation system. These vulnerabilities had, until then, been skillfully masked and contained by his exceptional leadership capabilities and his profound religious authority. Unlike Burebista, whose formidable military charisma had established clear and relatively unambiguous succession expectations, Dacianus's unique theocratic leadership model inadvertently created ambiguous succession procedures. This lack of clarity regrettably enabled multiple claimants to assert what they perceived as legitimate authority, thereby sowing seeds of discord. The very integration of religious and political authority, which had been the bedrock of Dacianus's governance and a source of immense strength during his lifetime, paradoxically transformed into a potent source of instability when no single successor possessed comparable credentials or perceived legitimacy in both the spiritual and secular spheres. Regional leaders, who had willingly accepted centralized authority under Dacianus's compelling religious legitimacy, began to reassert traditional tribal autonomy with renewed vigor when confronted with the profound uncertainty of succession and the emergence of competing authority claims. The sheer territorial extent of the Confederation had by this point grown beyond the practical capacity of any single leader to maintain direct personal control, thereby creating opportune circumstances for ambitious regional commanders to establish and consolidate independent power bases. These centrifugal forces, though always present, had been effectively contained by Dacianus's overarching religious authority and his innovative administrative reforms. However, his demise irrevocably removed the powerful personal bonds and the unifying spiritual legitimacy that had so effectively held diverse populations together under a single, unified leadership. The subsequent emergence of multiple distinct Dacian kingdoms following the Confederation's fragmentation gave rise to an intricate and complex political landscape, a configuration that would profoundly define southeastern European politics for the entirety of the subsequent century. Former Confederation territories became divided along both clear geographical and traditional tribal lines, with various leaders establishing independent kingdoms. Crucially, these new entities largely maintained a shared Dacian cultural identity, even as they pursued their own separate political and military objectives. These successor kingdoms, in a testament to the enduring impact of their predecessors, retained many of the administrative, legal, and religious innovations that had been so thoughtfully introduced during the periods of Burebista and Decebalus. However, they critically lacked the coordinated strength and unified purpose that had previously rendered the unified confederation a major regional power, one capable of significantly influencing Roman politics and broader Mediterranean affairs. The political fragmentation that ensued after Decianus's death fundamentally reshaped the strategic environment, an alteration that would profoundly influence Roman-Dacian relations for the ensuing century. Augustus, having emerged as the triumphant victor from the brutal civil wars that had torn apart the Roman Republic, inherited a profoundly complex and volatile situation along the critical Danube frontier. Here, multiple Dacian kingdoms now held sway over territories that had once been unified under the formidable confederation of Burebista. The new emperor was thus immediately confronted with the formidable challenge of establishing stable and workable relationships with these newly fragmented Dacian polities, all while diligently securing vital Roman interests in a region that had become increasingly paramount to imperial security and burgeoning economic prosperity. The initial years of Augustus's reign were characterized by a notably cautious approach to Dacian affairs, a strategy that reflected both the prevailing Roman military limitations and the highly uncertain political situation north of the Danube. Roman forces were, at this juncture, still actively consolidating their control over recently conquered territories in Pannonia and Moesia, a process that imposed significant logistical constraints and effectively precluded large-scale military operations against the numerous Dacian kingdoms. Simultaneously, the inherently fragmented nature of Dacian political authority presented considerable difficulties for Roman diplomats. It made it exceedingly challenging to identify reliable negotiating partners who could genuinely speak for significant territorial regions, or, crucially, guarantee compliance with treaty obligations across multiple, often disparate tribal groups. Consequently, initial Roman diplomatic efforts judiciously focused on establishing tributary relationships with individual Dacian kingdoms. This was achieved through a calculated combination of judicious military pressure, enticing economic incentives, and strategic political recognition, all designed to progressively create a series of stable buffer zones along the extensive Danube frontier. Roman administrators stationed in Moesia and Pannonia regularly dispatched diplomatic delegations to the various Dacian courts, extending the promise of Roman protection against rival kingdoms. In return, these envoys sought tribute payments, military assistance, and the acquiescence of Dacian rulers to Roman arbitration in certain borderland disagreements. These initial compacts between the Romans and Dacians typically involved circumscribed obligations from both sides, primarily because neither party possessed an adequate comprehension of the other's true capacities and strategic designs to warrant venturing into more extensive accords. The numerous Dacian kingdoms that arose from the dissolution of their confederate structure adopted divergent policies concerning Roman imperial expansion. Some leaders actively endeavored conciliation and sought accommodation, while others asserted a belligerent autonomy that recurrently precipitated trans-Danubian skirmishes. Principalities situated nearer to the imperial frontier generally embraced more conciliatory stances, perceiving that their closeness to Roman military garrisons rendered resistance potentially ruinous. In contrast, more remote principalities, particularly those dominating the rugged terrain of Transylvania, preserved their ancestral sovereignty, diligently scrutinizing Roman activities and erecting precautionary fortifications against prospective imperial encroachment. Frontier clashes during the era of Augustus characteristically comprised comparatively limited incursions and retaliatory strikes, which manifested both spontaneous predatory impulses and methodical assessments of adversarial strengths and reactions. Dacian warrior contingents intermittently traversed the Danube to harass Roman communities within Moesia, primarily procuring cattle, captives, and movable riches, while assiduously eschewing direct engagements with standing Roman legions. These raids fulfilled a multiplicity of objectives transcending mere despoliation. They furnished critical insights into Roman defensive dispositions, evaluated Roman reaction speeds and operational capacities, and perpetuated martial customs among Dacian populations who had become habituated to consistent martial engagements during the Confederacy's existence. Roman martial responses to Dacian depredations adhered to ingrained border administration protocols that prioritized swift retribution, often interspersed with conciliatory endeavors to avert the intensification into broader hostilities. Roman commanders typically dispatched retaliatory incursions that crossed the Danube to assail Dacian communities implicated in depredations, seizing captives and herds, while circumvention clashes with principal Dacian armies that might escalate circumscribed retaliatory measures into extensive combat. These imperial counter-raids not only showcased imperial martial prowess, but also afforded occasions to accumulate reconnaissance data about Dacian interstate alliances, armed forces, structures, and land dominion configurations. The formation of client-state affiliations between Rome and various Dacian principalities necessitated meticulous deliberation over conditions that harmonized Roman strategic imperatives with Dacian self-governance aspirations and intrinsic political machinations. Roman client arrangements customarily entailed official endorsement of Dacian royal authority in return for financial contributions, martial aid commitments, and acquiescence to Roman arbitration in border conflicts with adjacent principalities. These agreements furnished Rome with protective frontiers against more remote adversaries, simultaneously granting amenable Dacian monarchs access to Roman martial backing against contenders who might contest their dominion or land entitlements. However, client relationship management posed persistent difficulties for both Roman administrators and Dacian rulers, who needed to reconcile divergent requirements and anticipations while preserving internal political approbation. Roman governors anticipated dependable financial contributions, expeditious military aid upon demand, and unwavering alignment with Roman geopolitical aims, which could often diverge from ingrained Dacian prerogatives or customary norms. Dacian client rulers, on the other hand, encountered internal resistance from conservative elements who perceived collaboration with Rome as an affront to their heritage, while concurrently requiring Roman backing to sustain their dominion against competing pretenders or inimical contiguous states. The era of Tiberius observed escalating friction along the Danube frontier as Dacian kingdoms began rebounding from the governmental upheaval that had followed the Confederacy's disintegration. Several Dacian rulers commenced campaigns of territorial amalgamation, designed to re-establish more extensive political structures that could more robustly withstand Roman influence and implement autonomous external strategies. These consolidation efforts unavoidably engendered clashes between rival Dacian kingdoms, which presented avenues for Roman intercession, yet simultaneously forged more formidable and influential Dacian polities that represented amplified prospective perils to Roman interests. Dacian rose to prominence during this epoch as a preeminent Dacian sovereign in the territorial consolidation process, asserting dominion over considerable tracts of Transylvania through an amalgamation of martial subjugation, political compacts, and matrimonial bonds that reconstructed channels of collaboration among heretofore autonomous principalities. Excavated artifacts and structures from principal Dacian strongholds during this period point to reinvigorated building endeavors and martial readiness, which implies synchronized strategizing among confederated polities. Defensive enhancements at sites like Kosteshti, Cetasuie, and Piatra Roșie integrated novel protective elements that demonstrated a fusion of indigenous Dacian structural methods and advancements gleaned from scrutinizing Roman military constructs. The martial structure cultivated by Dacian amalgamated ancestral Dacian martial ethos with methodical instruction and armament uniformity, forging more potent combat units adept at prolonged engagements against seasoned Roman legions. Dacian martial transformations during this epoch underscored enhanced defensive plating, uniform arms manufacturing, and synchronized battlefield dispositions that could leverage inherent Dacian strengths in rugged topography while imparting superior efficacy in expansive combat environments. The falx persisted as the emblematic armament of Dacian shock troops, yet martial contingents presently incorporated bespoke detachments furnished with lances, bucklers, and defensive accoutrements, capable of confronting Roman legions employing orthodox maneuvers. Roman reconnaissance efforts concerning Dacian martial advancements depended significantly upon data supplied by vassal monarchs, traders, and emissarial delegations, which furnished consistent accounts of governmental shifts, armed forces readiness, and borderland disagreements across Dacian domains. Such espionage systems empowered Roman generals to track nascent dangers while pinpointing occasions for political mediation that could forestall the emergence of inimical alliances or their attainment of martial prominence. Imperial reconnaissance activities furthermore encompassed direct exploratory forays that traversed the Danube to scrutinize Dacian strongholds, evaluate martial capacities, and forge connections with prospective confederates or informers within Dacian lands. The progressive amalgamation of Dacian domains under leaders like Dacian engendered progressively intricate diplomatic quandaries that compelled Roman strategists to reconcile divergent geopolitical aims while navigating finite martial assets and governmental restrictions. Lending aid to less robust Dacian principalities against more potent adjacent states might avert perilous integration, but could also generate persistent commitments for martial intercession that surpassed Roman capacities or governmental inclination. Conversely, countenancing Dacian consolidation might alleviate bureaucratic intricacies while simultaneously forging more formidable prospective adversaries that could jeopardize Roman frontier integrity and financial prerogatives. Commercial interconnections between Rome and Dacian polities evolved through diverse conduits that encompassed both ratified mercantile accords and unofficial trading circuits, which functioned across sovereign borders notwithstanding governmental friction. Dacian aurum and argentum persistently entered Roman emporiums via diverse middlemen, while Roman industrial products, vintages, and opulent commodities secured eager clientele amidst Dacian aristocrats who endeavored to exhibit their affluence and refined tastes. Such mercantile linkages fostered reciprocal reliance, which offered inducements for amicable cohabitation while simultaneously producing financial wherewithal capable of bolstering martial readiness for both parties. Mastery over the Danube's fluvial transit points grew into a progressively disputed matter, as both Roman and Dacian domains augmented their commercial and martial endeavors in the region. Crucial riverine transit locations afforded vital passage for commerce, armed campaigns, and emissarial exchanges, rendering their command paramount for both protective and aggressive geopolitical foresight. Roman martial architects erected reinforced bridgeheads at pivotal transit locations, while Dacian contingents established reciprocal protective emplacements that could challenge Roman riverine passage endeavors during prospective hostilities. The persistent financial demands for tribute created continuous friction between the Roman governing bodies and the Dacian vassal rulers. These local leaders frequently encountered strong domestic opposition to payments, which many Dacian populations perceived as demeaning acts of subjugation to an external power. The precise quantities and acceptable forms of these tribute remittances necessitated intricate negotiations, aiming to strike a delicate balance between Rome's fiscal requirements and the Dacian kingdom's capacity for payment, alongside the broader political palatability of such arrangements. Rome's insistence on receiving tribute in gold and silver posed particular challenges for the Dacian monarchies, as these precious metals were indispensable for sustaining their own internal monetary systems and facilitating their crucial international trade relationships. The imperial rule of Claudius heralded a notable reorientation in Roman frontier strategy, as the priorities for imperial expansion increasingly gravitated towards solidifying dominion over territories situated closer to the Danube border. Concurrently, Rome began to cultivate more methodical approaches to managing its interactions with barbarian peoples. Claudius's successful subjugation of Britain unequivocally showcased Roman capabilities for executing large-scale military campaigns. Yet this monumental undertaking also consumed substantial military assets. This absorption of resources consequently curtailed opportunities for concurrent expansionist endeavors in the southeastern European theater. This strategic recalibration, focusing imperial might elsewhere, inadvertently presented Dacian kingdoms with valuable opportunities to fortify their own positions without enduring immediate Roman military pressure. During the Claudian era, Dacian military preparations unmistakably conveyed a burgeoning confidence that Roman expansion could indeed be effectively thwarted through meticulous defensive planning and harmonized resistance efforts. Archaeological findings from across Dacian lands reveal considerable capital expenditure dedicated to the construction and enhancement of fortifications. A pronounced emphasis was placed on strategically vital locations that commanded control over mountain passes and river crossings, points deemed indispensable for any potential Roman invasion. These comprehensive defensive measures shrewdly integrated tactical insights gleaned from observing Roman siege warfare methodologies, all the while expertly leveraging traditional Dacian advantages inherent in their mountainous topography, which inherently favored defensive operations. The burgeoning development of Dacian diplomatic ties with other barbarian communities fostered the potential for expansive alliance networks. Such intricate webs of cooperation had the capacity to significantly complicate Roman strategic foresight while simultaneously furnishing Dacian kingdoms with augmented military and economic wherewithal. Dacian sovereigns proactively cultivated relationships with Germanic tribes dwelling along the northern reaches of the Danube, with Sarmatian populations inhabiting the expansive eastern plains, and with diverse Thracian factions that had successfully preserved their autonomy from Roman suzerainty. These concerted diplomatic overtures were meticulously designed to forge cohesive resistance networks, thereby aiming to preclude Roman forces from concentrating overwhelming military superiority against any single target. Roman responses to these Dacian diplomatic endeavors encompassed a dual strategy: direct military intimidation and sophisticated counter-diplomatic initiatives. These efforts were meticulously crafted to thwart the formation of hostile coalitions, or failing that, to render them militarily ineffectual. Roman commanders periodically orchestrated impressive military demonstrations along the Danube frontier, serving as stark reminders to potential adversaries of the empire's formidable military prowess. These displays also provided invaluable intelligence-gathering opportunities, allowing Roman observers to appraise barbarian military readiness and the strength of their alliance structures. Concurrently, Roman diplomats assiduously worked to preserve existing client relationships and to sow discord among potential enemies through the judicious and selective application of incentives, deterrence, and official political recognition. The reign of Emperor Nero was characterized by a perceptible surge in Dacian self-assurance and a marked increase in territorial expansion. This assertive posture inevitably led to more frequent encounters between Dacian forces and Roman frontier defenses. Dacian military operations during this tumultuous period were multifaceted, encompassing both their customary raiding forays and more systematic campaigns of territorial acquisition. These aggressive actions directly challenged established Roman client relationships and posed a tangible threat to the integrity of imperial territorial security. The successes achieved by Dacian military forces during this time were attributable to both their enhanced military organization and Rome's preoccupation with other pressing imperial concerns, which consequently diminished the resources available for safeguarding the Danube frontier. Domitian's ascension to imperial power in 81 AD signified the onset of a distinctly more aggressive Roman stance concerning Dacian affairs, a posture that would ultimately culminate in direct military confrontation. The newly enthroned emperor grappled with considerable domestic political pressures, rendering military triumphs absolutely essential for the preservation of his imperial authority. The continued Dacian territorial expansion, guided by increasingly adept leadership, directly menaced crucial Roman strategic interests. These threats had grown too pronounced to be either disregarded or managed solely through diplomatic overtures. The stage was meticulously prepared for the inevitable direct military confrontation, an eventuality that both adversaries had been diligently anticipating and planning for over the preceding decades of cautious diplomatic maneuvering and sporadic border skirmishes. The paramount strategic significance of Dacia to Roman imperial interests had become unequivocally clear, primarily because the province's rich gold mines constituted an indispensable source of revenue for the imperial treasury. While Dacia's geographical positioning offered pivotal advantages for asserting control over the entirety of the Danube frontier region, Roman military strategists acutely recognized that the consolidation of Dacian territory under effective leadership presented existential threats to Roman dominion over southeastern Europe. Such a formidable challenge demanded decisive military responses, irrespective of the inherent costs and formidable risks involved. The substantial wealth accrued from the Dacian gold mines had facilitated the construction of highly sophisticated fortifications and the sustained maintenance of professional military forces. These formidable assets rendered the Dacian kingdoms exceptionally potent adversaries, fully capable of inflicting significant casualties upon Roman armies. Furthermore, their demonstrated strength held the potential to inspire other barbarian peoples to challenge the overarching imperial authority of Rome. The profound importance of prestige within Roman imperial politics dictated that a successful resolution to the Dacian challenge was absolutely vital for any emperor endeavoring to retain domestic political endorsement and secure the unwavering loyalty of the military. Previous emperors had deliberately refrained from engaging in direct confrontation with unified Dacian forces. However, this policy of restraint had, in the eyes of some Roman political observers, been misconstrued as a sign of weakness, thereby eroding imperial credibility and inadvertently encouraging barbarian aggression across the extensive frontier regions. Domitian's precarious political standing necessitated decisive military victories that would unequivocally project imperial strength. Such triumphs also promised opportunities for territorial expansion and the acquisition of wealth, resources critical for underwriting domestic political initiatives and covering substantial military expenditures. The calculated strategic decisions that had propelled Domitian's increasingly aggressive Dacian policies were soon to encounter their most formidable adversary in the person of Decebalus. He emerged as the preeminent Dacian leader around 87 AD, consolidating his authority through an exceptional blend of military prowess, astute political acumen, and profound religious authority, accomplishments that arguably surpassed even the legendary achievements attributed to Burebista. In stark contrast to his predecessors, who had typically forged their power primarily through military conquest or spiritual leadership, Decebalus showcased an unparalleled capacity to synthesize military, diplomatic, and administrative competencies. This unique ability transformed the previously fragmented Dacian kingdoms into a cohesive, unified state, one now capable of challenging Roman imperial expansion on what appeared to be equal terms. Decebalus's ascent to power transpired during a period when Dacian resistance against Roman pressure had reached a critical juncture. Individual kingdoms, acting in isolation, had proven insufficient to counteract the formidable Roman military capabilities and conspicuously lacked the coordination essential for effective collective defense. The very name Decebalus, signifying strong as 10 men, served as a powerful emblem reflecting both his personal martial renown and a symbolic representation of a newly unified Dacian strength. This newfound cohesion, bolstered by superior leadership and astute strategic planning, now possessed the potential to match Rome's formidable organizational advantages. Archaeological evidence unearthed from major Dacian sites during this specific historical period unequivocally points to immediate and systematically organized military preparations, strongly suggesting that Decebalus possessed a lucid and comprehensive strategic vision concerning the inevitable confrontation with Roman forces. The methodical consolidation of Dacian territories under Decebalus's overarching authority was accomplished through meticulously orchestrated campaigns. These initiatives expertly blended military coercion with skillful diplomatic negotiation and strategic religious legitimization. This multifaceted approach effectively minimized internal dissent while simultaneously maximizing the collective strength of the Dacian populace. Unlike earlier unification endeavors that had predominantly relied upon outright conquest or the sheer force of spiritual authority, Decebalus demonstrated a sophisticated grasp of the diverse motivations and specific concerns that influenced the various Dacian communities. He skillfully crafted individualized approaches that meticulously addressed particular local interests, all while steadfastly advancing broader strategic objectives. The geographically significant Oresti Mountains region served as the fundamental bedrock for Decebalus's territorial consolidation. This area provided not only the crucial symbolic legitimacy intrinsically linked with traditional Dacian political centers, but also offered practical advantages: highly defensible terrain, abundant mineral wealth, and well-established networks of fortifications. Decebalus made substantial investments in both expanding and enhancing the intricate fortification systems at Sarmizegetusa Regia. This strategic commitment transformed the site into a formidable military and administrative complex, fully capable of coordinating resistance activities across the entire Dacian territory, while simultaneously serving as an impregnable refuge during any potential siege operations. Military reforms meticulously implemented by Decebalus specifically addressed fundamental weaknesses inherent in the traditional Dacian military organization. Crucially, these reforms also consciously preserved cherished cultural elements that provided significant psychological advantages and effectively sustained warrior morale. While the ingrained traditional emphasis on individual combat prowess remained a central tenet of Dacian military culture, Decebalus introduced systematic training programs. These innovative programs imparted sophisticated techniques for coordinated formation fighting, advanced siege warfare methodologies, and specialized tactical procedures specifically engineered to counteract the distinct military advantages possessed by the Roman legions. Decebalus's sweeping military overhauls necessitated a substantial financial commitment towards the establishment of cutting-edge training academies, the systematic manufacture of armaments, and the recruitment of seasoned military educators. These instructors were tasked with molding conventional tribal fighters into highly organized troops, adept at prosecuting prolonged military expeditions. Concurrently, the formidable Falx weapon experienced profound enhancements under Decebalus's strategic military directives. Dacian metallurgists meticulously refined their forging methodologies, yielding blades of exceptional quality, simultaneously devising specialized combat drills to unleash the weapon's full potential within organized battle formations. Recent archaeological excavations have unearthed Falx blades from this epoch, showcasing advanced thermal treatments and meticulous edge-hardening processes. These innovations resulted in weaponry capable of piercing formidable Roman plate armor, all while preserving their robust structural integrity through the rigors of protracted engagements. The profound psychological dominion exerted by the Falx over Roman legionaries emerged as a crucial element in Dacian martial prowess, with historical Roman chronicles vividly recounting the palpable dread inspired by Dacian assaults, characterized by warriors brandishing these uniquely curved and devastating instruments. A profound administrative restructuring orchestrated by Decebalus culminated in the establishment of highly systematic governmental frameworks. These sophisticated structures were meticulously designed to oversee the intricate logistical demands inherent in sustaining protracted military defiance, concurrently ensuring the uninterrupted vitality of the civilian economy and the enduring cohesion of society. This innovative administrative paradigm skillfully integrated foundational tenets from antecedent Dacian political customs, yet it also incorporated groundbreaking advancements. These novelties demonstrably evinced Decebalus's acute comprehension of Roman organizational paradigms and his discerning grasp of the particular obstacles inherent in orchestrating a unified resistance movement across a mosaic of varied geographical territories and disparate tribal federations. At its apex, the geopolitical reach of Decebalus's formidable dominion extended across nearly all the domains previously integrated into Burebista's foundational confederation. Furthermore, this expansive realm incorporated supplementary territories, acquired through a combination of decisive military subjugation and sagacious diplomatic pacts. Substantial archaeological corroboration points to the pervasive Dacian suzerainty, stretching from the western banks of the Tisa River to the eastern reaches of the Dniester River, and from the formidable Carpathian Mountains in the north down to the majestic Danube River in the south. Such a vast geographical footprint necessitated the implementation of intricate communication arteries, stratified administrative echelons, and a meticulously structured military apparatus. These systems were crucial for preserving cohesion and synchronicity across immense distances, which inherently strained the rudimentary transportation and communication infrastructures characteristic of antiquity. Across the entire expanse of Dacian territories, fortification enhancements implemented under Decebalus ingeniously fused time-honored Muris Dacicus construction methodologies with groundbreaking advancements. These innovations clearly evinced a meticulous analysis of Roman siegecraft tactics and their sophisticated defensive architectural principles. The augmented defensive complexes boasted a formidable array of features: multiple concentric lines of defense, cleverly camouflaged emplacements for ballistic weaponry, subterranean repositories for provisions and materiel, and fully integrated hydrological management systems. These provisions collectively ensured the resilience necessary to withstand protracted blockades, simultaneously serving as strategic staging points for counteroffensives against Roman strongholds. The realization of these substantial defensive upgrades demanded the orchestration of vast labor contingents, the deployment of highly specialized engineering expertise, and the allocation of considerable material wealth, thereby powerfully underscoring the kingdom's formidable organizational prowess and robust economic foundations. Among Decebalus's most pivotal military breakthroughs was the cultivation of sophisticated Dacian siege warfare proficiencies. This marked a profound departure, given that conventional Dacian martial philosophy had historically prioritized swift, mobile engagements and static defensive maneuvers, rather than the methodical dismantling of entrenched enemy fortifications. Dacian engineering corps ingeniously conceived and constructed an array of siege weaponry, including formidable catapults, powerful battering rams, and towering siege structures. These constructions seamlessly integrated inherent indigenous engineering wisdom with advanced methodologies gleaned from diligent observation of Roman military campaigns. The acquisition of these offensive siege capacities empowered Dacian armies to proactively assault Roman strongholds and settlements, transcending their previous constraints to purely defensive postures. This strategic shift dramatically broadened their tactical repertoire, compelling Roman generals to disperse their legions across expansive defensive fronts, rather than consolidating their strength for concentrated offensive thrusts. Decebalus's foresight led to the establishment of comprehensive intelligence networks, furnishing systematic capabilities for information acquisition. These sophisticated systems empowered Dacian military strategists to meticulously track Roman military readiness, accurately appraise adversary strengths and weaknesses, and precisely pinpoint opportune moments for launching aggressive campaigns. Such intelligence endeavors encompassed both conventional diplomatic delegations, which assiduously collected data via official conduits, and clandestine reconnaissance missions. These covert operations yielded granular military intelligence pertaining to Roman troop deployments, logistical provisions, and overarching strategic blueprints. The remarkable efficacy of Dacian intelligence operations subsequently manifested itself in later military engagements, where Dacian forces conspicuously displayed an intimate understanding of Roman military arrangements and their underlying strategic objectives. The extensive diplomatic endeavors spearheaded by Decebalus were meticulously designed to forge formidable anti-Roman alliances. These coalitions were envisioned to furnish crucial military aid, economic sustenance, and synchronized strategic oversight, thereby impeding Roman legions from massing an insurmountable numerical advantage against Dacian domains. These far-reaching diplomatic overtures spanned the entirety of southeastern Europe and extended even further afield, cultivating liaisons with diverse entities. Germanic tribal confederations, the nomadic Sarmatian populations, various Thracian factions, and even distant empires such as the Parthian Empire, all of whom shared a vested interest in curbing Roman imperial ambitions. The sheer breadth and intricate nature of these diplomatic machinations eloquently testified to Decebalus's astute realization that effective, prolonged resistance unequivocally demanded both widespread international collaboration and meticulously synchronized strategic foresight. So, the intricate rapport between Decebalus and the chieftains of various Germanic tribes was characterized by convoluted deliberations concerning military support, the delineation of territorial boundaries, and the prospective political dynamics following any cessation of hostilities. These discussions necessitated a delicate equilibrium between pressing immediate military imperatives and overarching, long-range strategic aspirations. While Germanic tribal forces wielded considerable military prowess, capable of substantially fortifying Dacian resistance endeavors, their inherent territorial ambitions and distinct cultural identities concurrently presented potential friction points, demanding exceptional diplomatic acumen for their judicious navigation. Substantiating this, archaeological discoveries from this era intimate an augmented frequency of interaction between Dacian and Germanic domains, with discernible exchanges in material culture serving as clear indicators of sustained diplomatic and mercantile relationships. The cultivation of diplomatic ties with Sarmatian polities afforded Decebalus invaluable prospective access to formidable cavalry units and specialized nomadic combat methodologies. These assets were poised to augment the conventional strengths of Dacian infantry, simultaneously conferring crucial strategic advantages in mobility against Roman military deployments. The renowned Sarmatian heavy cavalry, characterized by their formidable long lances and protective panoply, embodied a martial capacity that Roman legions had, throughout history, struggled to effectively neutralize. The judicious integration of Sarmatian equestrian tactics with established Dacian infantry formations thus forged potent combined arms capabilities. This synergy not only substantially amplified Dacian military efficacy, but also endowed them with unparalleled strategic versatility for conducting both aggressive offensives and resilient defensive maneuvers. The astute economic strategies put into practice by Decebalus were meticulously calibrated to optimize the extraction of natural resources and elevate productive capacities, all while rigorously preserving societal equilibrium and fostering widespread popular endorsement for the ongoing military resistance. The opulent gold and silver mines, which constituted the very bedrock of Dacian prosperity, were recipients of augmented capital injections. This investment was channeled into advanced extraction apparatus, sophisticated processing plants, and robust transportation infrastructure, all designed to sustain high output volumes even amidst the duress of Roman military incursions and the specter of prolonged sieges. Crucially, these comprehensive economic preparations also encompassed the pioneering development of alternative commercial arteries, engineered to remain operational irrespective of Roman endeavors to enforce economic embargoes or to sever established mercantile connections. Under the sagacious direction of Decebalus, agricultural directives placed paramount importance on ensuring robust food security and cultivating an abundance of surplus yields. This strategic surplus was intended to comprehensively provision military operations, concurrently sustaining civilian populations throughout potential periods of siege or geographical upheaval precipitated by martial engagements. Dacian agrarian communities were systematically educated in advanced food preservation methodologies, the construction of durable storage infrastructure, and the strategic diversification of crops. Such measures were designed to guarantee dependable provisions of sustenance, irrespective of prevailing military or political contingencies. These meticulous agricultural preparations underscored a highly refined comprehension of the intricate logistical demands essential for protracted military opposition and the critical imperative of sustaining popular morale and civilian cooperation amidst extended periods of warfare. The significant expansion of artisanal production during Decebalus's era was strategically channeled towards the meticulous fabrication of military armaments, all while assiduously upholding ancestral artistic and cultural pursuits. These cultural endeavors served to fortify Dacian ethnic identity and reinforce communal solidarity. Throughout the vast expanse of Dacian territories, numerous weapons manufacturing facilities considerably augmented their production quotas for falx blades, spearheads, arrow tips, and protective gear. Concurrently, they instituted rigorous quality control protocols to guarantee unwavering standards of performance. These substantial manufacturing advancements necessitated the deployment of highly proficient artisans, the utilization of bespoke specialized implements, and a reliable flow of raw material provisions, thereby unequivocally showcasing the kingdom's impressive industrial capacities and its sophisticated economic structuring. Under Decebalus's reign, religious policies meticulously preserved the venerable Zalmoxian worship traditions, yet simultaneously ingeniously reoriented spiritual practices to fortify military opposition and foster political cohesion amongst his heterogeneous populace. Sacred rites and public ceremonies increasingly foregrounded themes of selfless immolation for the communal defense, the invocation of divine sanction for a just struggle against external subjugation, and the promise of transcendent recompense for those who perished, upholding Dacian sovereignty. These astute religious modifications furnished crucial psychological conditioning for the rigors of warfare, all the while safeguarding the distinctive cultural heritage that sharply delineated Dacian identity from encroaching Roman influences. The deliberate amalgamation of religious authority with military command under Decebalus established cohesive leadership frameworks, capable of orchestrating both the spiritual and secular dimensions of the resistance movement. This strategic fusion concurrently upheld the legitimacy of the leadership among communities deeply rooted in traditional religious observance. Throughout the Dacian territories, spiritual exemplars provided not only profound spiritual counsel, but also tangible practical assistance for military readiness. They expertly leveraged their considerable communal sway to stimulate enlistment, encourage the generous contribution of resources, and secure civilian compliance with martial exigencies. This profound integration of ecclesiastical and military power forged an exhaustive resistance capacity, adept at addressing both the tangible material necessities and the intangible psychological dimensions inherent in protracted warfare. Under the astute leadership of Decebalus, the existing social framework of Dacia skillfully preserved its ancestral tribal configurations, yet simultaneously underwent strategic modifications aimed at significantly bolstering both military efficacy and administrative streamlined operations. Nomadic warrior collectives, which had historically functioned as autonomous entities, were systematically woven into more expansive military contingents. This integration facilitated the synchronized execution of tactical maneuvers, all while meticulously upholding the deeply ingrained personal bonds of fealty that served as the bedrock of individual motivation and collective unit solidarity. Such profound structural transformations necessitated a delicate equilibrium, harmonizing the demands of martial prowess with the imperative of cultural authenticity. This ensured the enduring legacy of time-honored warrior customs, concurrently forging the necessary capacities to stand resolute against the formidable, highly trained legions of Rome. Furthermore, the deliberate cultivation of specialized military vocations within Dacian society gave rise to distinct professional cadres, encompassing engineers, covert intelligence operatives, diplomatic envoys, and expert logistical coordinators. These individuals possessed an invaluable repertoire of proficiencies indispensable for conducting intricate military campaigns. These highly specialized positions, in turn, mandated comprehensive instructional curricula, clearly defined pathways for career progression, and widespread societal commendation, thereby drawing in exceptionally gifted individuals. This system simultaneously fostered a robust repository of institutional expertise, designed to endure beyond individual losses and sustain operational continuity throughout protracted periods of engagement. The advent of such military professionalization within the inherently traditional Dacian social fabric constituted a momentous cultural evolution, profoundly augmenting the collective strengths of the nation while assiduously safeguarding its foundational cultural attributes. The remarkable cultural accomplishments witnessed throughout the reign of Decebalus elegantly manifested a fusion of ingrained Dacian artistic heritage and innovative departures. These innovations judiciously absorbed stylistic currents stemming from extensive interactions with a multitude of diverse civilizations. Yet critically, they steadfastly upheld a singularly identifiable Dacian character. The mastery of metalworking techniques, in particular, attained an unparalleled level of refinement, yielding an array of exquisite decorative pieces, profound religious effigies, and majestic ceremonial armaments. Each item unequivocally showcased not only highly advanced technical proficiency, but also a deeply cultivated aesthetic discernment. These prodigious cultural outputs fulfilled a dual role. They served tangible utilitarian purposes while simultaneously embodying potent symbolic meanings that profoundly reinforced the collective Dacian identity. Concurrently, they projected an undeniable aura of cultural sophistication to discerning external observers. Concomitantly, the architectural strides made during this era seamlessly integrated formidable defensive practicality with an eloquent symbolic articulation of Dacian might and cultural zenith. Expansive construction endeavors at pivotal locations prominently featured a monumental scale and groundbreaking technical ingenuity, serving as a vivid testament to Dacian capabilities. These structures concurrently performed vital military and administrative roles. The strategic amalgamation of defensive fortifications, administrative edifices, and ceremonial structures culminated in the creation of awe-inspiring complexes, which unequivocally underscored Dacian organizational acumen and cultural refinement to both their own populace and the wider international community. The extensive military engineering initiatives spearheaded by Decebalus encompassed a much broader scope than mere fortification construction. They strategically extended to the comprehensive development of transportation networks, the meticulous establishment of sophisticated communication systems, and the creation of robust logistical infrastructure. These interconnected systems were meticulously designed to underpin and facilitate highly coordinated military operations spanning across vast territorial expanses. Concretely, the construction of an intricate network of roads seamlessly linked principal fortification strongholds, simultaneously furnishing swift transit capabilities essential for the rapid deployment of military forces and the efficient movement of vital supply convoys. Complementing this, an ingenious system of signal tower networks was strategically positioned to enable instantaneous communication across the challenging and often impassable mountainous topography, a feature that would otherwise have severely impeded or entirely precluded the execution of synchronized tactical maneuvers. Furthermore, the systematic establishment of numerous supply depots ensured the creation of substantial strategic reserves of weaponry, foodstuffs, and crucial equipment, thereby guaranteeing the sustained viability of military operations throughout protracted campaigns or under arduous siege conditions. The comprehensive readying of defensive emplacements across the entirety of Dacian domains necessitated an exceedingly meticulous analysis of the landscape coupled with astute strategic foresight. This intricate planning was designed to exploit every conceivable natural topographical advantage, simultaneously forging interconnected defensive networks engineered for reciprocal reinforcement and adaptable strategic maneuverability. Crucially, vital mountain passes were heavily fortified, serving the dual purpose of funneling encroaching enemy forces into predefined engagement zones, or killing zones, while concurrently guaranteeing secure and protected avenues of retreat for the defending Dacian contingents. Similarly, strategic river crossing points underwent extensive preparation, including provisions for controlled demolition, a measure intended to effectively impede any Roman advance, yet without compromising the mobility of friendly forces, who retained access to alternative, pre-established crossing locations. Such elaborate defensive preparations unequivocally evinced a mastery of sophisticated military engineering capabilities and a profound depth of strategic planning. This, in turn, unmistakably reflected a painstaking and detailed examination of prospective Roman invasion corridors and their likely tactical choices. The meticulous intelligence preparation of the theater of war, orchestrated by Decebalus, encompassed a comprehensive scope, featuring the intricate cartography of Roman military encampments, a thorough appraisal of the adversary's strengths and inherent weaknesses, and the pinpointing of critical strategic vulnerabilities ripe for exploitation through assertive offensive maneuvers. Dacian reconnaissance missions were instrumental in furnishing invaluable insights concerning Roman logistical arteries, their intricate communication grids, and the precise layouts of their defensive strongholds. This wealth of information proved indispensable, empowering the Dacians to formulate sophisticated strategic blueprints and to meticulously prepare for specific military engagements. This systematic intelligence acquisition transcended the conventional approaches of tribal warfare, unequivocally demonstrating a profound and advanced comprehension of contemporary military exigencies. Furthermore, the intricate coordination of martial readiness across disparate territorial zones and among various tribal confederations demanded robust administrative capacities and highly efficient communication infrastructures. These systems were designed to uphold a unified chain of command, concurrently honoring local self-governance and distinct cultural variations. To achieve this delicate balance, Decebalus ingeniously instituted hierarchical command frameworks that clearly delineated lines of authority, yet crucially preserved ample latitude for localized adaptation and independent initiative. These organizational breakthroughs forged military competencies that masterfully synthesized the inherent advantages of centralized strategic direction with the practical benefits of decentralized tactical execution, thereby ensuring adaptability to evolving battlefield scenarios and specific local conditions. The formidable military readiness meticulously orchestrated by Decebalus across the entire expanse of his kingdom was destined to confront its supreme ordeal with the accession of Marcus Ulpius Trajanus to the illustrious imperial throne in 98 CE. In stark contrast to his forebears, who had typically engaged with the persistent Dacian dilemma through a spectrum of circumspection and intricate diplomatic overtures, Trajan inaugurated his reign imbued with an unequivocal vision of imperial aggrandizement. He unequivocally pinpointed Dacia as both an imperative strategic requirement and an unparalleled prospect for securing the very pinnacle of military renown, a triumph that would irrevocably solidify his standing among Rome's most illustrious emperors. This newly crowned emperor commanded a wealth of profound military expertise, garnered from demanding campaigns waged across Germania and Hispania. This extensive background furnished him with an invaluable practical understanding of the intricacies of frontier warfare and the formidable logistical impediments inherent in subjugating fiercely defended barbarian realms. Trajan's incisive strategic evaluation of the prevailing Dacian predicament unequivocally acknowledged that Decebalus had meticulously forged a cohesive and unified kingdom. This emergent power, with its formidable military capacities, expansive territorial dominion, and substantial economic assets, presented existential threats to Rome's hegemonic authority across the entirety of the vital Danube frontier zone. Comprehensive intelligence dispatches reaching the heart of Rome vividly recounted the presence of highly advanced Dacian fortifications, a remarkably professionalized military apparatus, and intricate alliance structures. These elements collectively harbored the perilous potential to incite other barbarian tribes to actively contest Roman suzerainty throughout the broader southeastern European theater. The sagacious emperor grasped with clarity that any policy permitting Decebalus to further entrench his conquests and augment Dacian capabilities would inevitably engender increasingly perilous challenges to the empire's security, ultimately demanding a far more prodigious commitment of military wherewithal to effectively neutralize. The immense prosperity derived from the abundant Dacian gold mines had ascended to a paramount position within the intricate tapestry of Roman strategic considerations. This shift occurred as the imperial coffers contended with escalating fiscal strains, exacerbated by substantial military outlays, ambitious infrastructure undertakings, and extensive social welfare schemes, all of which mandated dependable streams of income. Astute Roman economic strategists projected that a triumphant subjugation of Dacia possessed the potential to yield an ample supply of precious metallic wealth, sufficient not only to underwrite significant imperial enterprises, but also to obviate the considerable expenditures linked to the upkeep of defensive garrisons along a perpetually volatile frontier. The enticing prospect of seizing operational mining sites in their pristine state, rather than seeing them rendered unusable through the depredations of protracted conflict, powerfully incentivized a swift and resolute military offensive. Such a decisive campaign aimed to achieve rapid annexation before Dacian forces could conceivably enact ruinous, scorched earth protocols. Trajan's monumental military preparations for the impending Dacian campaign were characterized by an unparalleled degree of logistical foresight and a truly immense mobilization of resources. These extensive measures were a direct reflection of both the sheer magnitude of the envisioned military undertaking and the invaluable insights gleaned from previous Roman encounters in arduous and unforgiving terrain. The emperor meticulously marshaled a formidable contingent of approximately 150,000 soldiers, drawing these seasoned warriors from legions strategically positioned across the vast Roman Empire. This force notably included highly experienced veteran units, each possessing a profound mastery of siege warfare, complex mountain maneuvers, and intricate engineering projects. Specifically, the 2nd Adiutrix, 4th Flavia Felix, 7th Claudia, and 1st Minervia legions constituted the formidable nucleus of this invasion force. They were further augmented by a plethora of auxiliary units, which furnished specialized proficiencies in cavalry engagements, precision archery, and advanced siege engineering, thereby creating a well-rounded and versatile fighting machine. The comprehensive engineering readiness for the forthcoming campaign encompassed the meticulous prefabrication of an array of essential siege apparatus, substantial quantities of bridge-building components, and an assortment of highly specialized implements. These tools were expressly conceived for deployment within the rugged and unforgiving mountainous landscapes, environments where the customary strengths of Roman engineering might potentially diminish in effectiveness. Moreover, the sagacious Roman military engineers diligently scrutinized exhaustive intelligence dossiers pertaining to Dacian fortifications. This intensive study led to the innovative development of bespoke techniques and purpose-built equipment, specifically engineered to surmount the distinctive Dacian construction methodologies that had, in previous encounters, demonstrated formidable resilience against conventional siege warfare tactics. The deliberate production of advanced artillery pieces, notably encompassing refined designs for both ballistae and catapults, served as a tangible manifestation of Rome's unwavering resolve to secure a decisive technological ascendancy. This superiority was intended to effectively counterbalance any inherent advantages that the Dacians might possess due to their formidable defensive terrain. The inaugural Dacian conflict ignited in 101 CE, marked by the simultaneous advance of Roman legions across the formidable Danube River at numerous points. This meticulously devised military blueprint aimed to thwart Dacian commanders from massing their complete martial power against any solitary line of attack. Emperor Trajan himself personally spearheaded the principal invading contingent, which forded the river in the vicinity of contemporary Drobeta Turnu Severin. Concurrently, auxiliary detachments secured forward operating bases at key geographical junctures, enabling reciprocal assistance while simultaneously posing a menace to a multitude of Dacian strongpoints. This comprehensive, multi-pronged incursion methodology compelled King Decebalus to disperse his troops across several imperiled sectors, thereby precluding him from enacting unified defensive measures that might have yielded greater efficacy when confronted by a singular, colossal, invading army. The exceptional prowess of Roman engineering became unequivocally apparent from the outset, vividly showcased by the swift erection of pontoon bridges. These ingenious structures facilitated the unimpeded transit of formidable heavy ordnance and extensive logistical convoys across the expansive Danube. Although Dacian elements endeavored to dispute these crucial riverine passages, Roman sappers were equipped with pre-manufactured bridge segments, enabling their rapid deployment and assembly even amidst active hostilities. This afforded the Romans significant tactical fluidity, a decisive edge that Dacian military units struggled to effectively neutralize. The sheer celerity of Roman bridge-building endeavors effectively forestalled Dacian defenders from orchestrating concerted assaults against Roman troops, who might otherwise have been exposed during the vulnerable river-crossing maneuvers. Consequently, Roman enclaves were firmly established on the northern bank before any substantial or organized Dacian defensive measures could be brought to bear. The nascent stage of the Roman offensive was met with tenacious opposition from Dacian combatants, vividly illustrating the efficacy of their recent military overhauls and preemptive defensive arrangements. Dacian warriors, wielding their distinctive falx weapons, formidable curved blades, demonstrated a formidable capacity for inflicting grievous losses upon Roman infantry cohorts. This was especially true during intense hand-to-hand skirmishes, where the unique curvature of these weapons allowed them to exploit vulnerabilities within Roman body armor and the tightly arrayed shield walls. Roman military leaders swiftly developed a profound appreciation for Dacian fighting prowess, prompting them to institute crucial tactical adjustments. These adaptations prioritized the deployment of ranged projectile weaponry, meticulously synchronized formation assaults, and innovative engineering stratagems designed to minimize direct infantry clashes, situations where the Dacian falx proved most devastatingly potent. The onward march towards the principal Dacian bastions necessitated that Roman legions surmount a plethora of entrenched defensive emplacements, meticulously arrayed by Decebalus along the access corridors leading to his formidable mountain fortresses. Each individual defensive redoubt demanded protracted and systematic siegecraft, a process that invariably depleted precious time, material assets, and human resources. Simultaneously, these engagements afforded Dacian units opportunities to inflict attrition and impede the Roman advance toward their overarching strategic goals. In response, Roman military engineers innovated and refined specialized methodologies for neutralizing Dacian fortifications. These included subterranean undermining operations, sustained and focused artillery barrages, and intricate synchronized assault maneuvers specifically designed to negate the inherent strengths derived from Dacian construction techniques. The momentous Second Battle of Tapai emerged as the pivotal confrontation of the initial campaign. Here, Roman legions, operating under the immediate leadership of Emperor Trajan, clashed with the primary Dacian army. The Dacians had meticulously selected and fortified a defensive locale engineered to amplify their inherent tactical strengths, while simultaneously diminishing the Roman advantage in superior armaments and organizational discipline. The chosen terrain was characterized by precipitous gradients, extensive sylvan concealment, and pre-existing impediments. These features served to funnel Roman combatants into predefined zones of engagement, areas where Dacian falx-wielding warriors could capitalize on their weapons' lethal efficacy against the Roman battle formations. The engagement itself was inaugurated by a prolonged period of probing skirmishes, as both opposing armies skillfully jockeyed for positional supremacy, concurrently evaluating the adversary's capacities and strategic designs. Roman tactical dispositions at Tapai distinctly evinced the critical insights gleaned from preceding clashes with Dacian adversaries. Their strategy underscored the paramount importance of synchronized artillery bombardment, rigorously disciplined troop maneuvers, and the methodical leveraging of Roman superiority in protective armaments and coordinated organizational structures. Roman field commanders strategically arrayed their ballista and catapult detachments to unleash sustained suppressive volleys upon Dacian strongholds. Concurrently, legionary formations progressed in meticulously orchestrated echelons, ensuring the preservation of their structural cohesion despite the challenging topography and the ferocity of the opposition. The overarching Roman tactical philosophy prioritized relentless incremental pressure and the systematic dismantling of Dacian defensive fortifications, deliberately eschewing attempts at swift, decisive breakthrough maneuvers which might have rendered them susceptible to concerted Dacian retaliatory strikes. Dacian defensive stratagems employed at Tapai evinced a highly sophisticated comprehension of their indigenous strengths and inherent constraints. These tactics ingeniously exploited the benefits conferred by their chosen topography and pre-established emplacements. King Decebalus meticulously deployed his contingents to derive the utmost benefit from the natural protection afforded by steep inclines and dense arboreal concealment. Simultaneously, he engineered a series of redundant fallback positions, designed to facilitate sustained, organized opposition even in scenarios where the primary defensive perimeters might be breached. Dacian military leaders expertly synchronized assaults launched by their phalanx-equipped heavy infantry, augmenting these with supplementary volleys of missile fire and agile cavalry maneuvers. These concerted operations were specifically conceived to dislocate Roman unit cohesion and to forge openings for impactful counteroffensives against any Roman detachments that found themselves vulnerable or isolated. The formidable potency of Dacian falx weapons, when pitted against Roman military gear, became acutely evident during the intense close-quarters fighting segments of the engagement. The distinctive curved blades demonstrated a chilling aptitude for circumventing Roman scutum shields, enabling them to inflict catastrophic lacerations upon exposed extremities and vital neck regions. Roman legionaries consequently discovered that their customary scutum shields offered diminished protection against phalanx assaults compared to their efficacy against more conventional armaments. This was due to the phalanx's unique curvature, which could adeptly bypass shield placement and launch strikes from unforeseen trajectories. Furthermore, Roman military analysts documented that injuries sustained from phalanx weapons were generally of a graver nature than those caused by straight-edged blades. This severity often engendered significant psychological repercussions, thereby eroding Roman fighting morale and operational efficiency, even when the raw casualty figures remained within tolerable parameters. Roman tactical modifications during the ebb and flow of the battle encompassed the strategic implementation of specialized anti-falx formations. These configurations placed a strong emphasis on synchronized spear maneuvers and sustained missile barrages, explicitly engineered to maintain Dacian warriors at a range where their peculiar devastating weapons could not be wielded with optimum effect. Roman field marshals judiciously deployed auxiliary units of archers and slingers, tasked with delivering incessant harassment upon Dacian ranks. Concurrently, legionary spearmen forged impregnable defensive screens, thereby precluding the direct, close-quarters engagements where the phalanx weapons showcased their most perilous capabilities. These groundbreaking tactical innovations demanded meticulous coordination and unwavering disciplined execution amidst the crucible of combat, serving as a testament to Roman military professionalism and their inherent capacity for adaptation when confronted with extreme duress. The ultimate conclusion of the second engagement at Tapai was attained not by a singular, overwhelming, decisive maneuver or a sudden breakthrough, but rather through the relentless application of systematic Roman pressure, which progressively eroded Dacian resolve. Roman artillery contingents sustained an unceasing barrage upon Dacian emplacements, while their infantry formations advanced with methodical precision, navigating through pre-established impediments and fortified strongpoints. The cumulative effect of Roman technological superiority, their highly developed logistical framework, and their impeccably disciplined tactical execution eventually surmounted the indigenous Dacian advantages in rugged topography, fervent motivation, and individual martial prowess. This confluence of factors compelled Dacian forces to relinquish their meticulously prepared positions, thereby averting an absolute annihilation. The subsequent Dacian withdrawal maneuvers stood as a testament to their sophisticated military foresight and masterful execution. These operations successfully safeguarded substantial segments of King Decebalus's army, preserving them for impending confrontations, while simultaneously depriving the Roman legions of the conclusive triumph that might have instantaneously extinguished Dacian opposition. Dacian military chieftains meticulously orchestrated synchronized, delaying engagements, which effectively hampered the Roman pursuit and concurrently shielded their primary forces as they retreated to pre-designated secondary defensive strongholds. The demonstrable efficiency of these Dacian disengagement procedures thus precluded the Roman forces from achieving the utterly decisive obliteration of enemy martial capacities, an outcome which would have rendered any further organized resistance utterly untenable. In the wake of the Tapai engagement, Roman forces were compelled to persist in the methodical dismantling of Dacian defensive fortifications. This arduous task coincided with the necessity of overseeing increasingly protracted supply conduits and contending with escalating casualty figures, which served as stark indicators of the ferocity of Dacian opposition. Roman engineering ingenuity proved indispensable for sustaining the impetus of their offensive. Military engineers tirelessly undertook the construction of vital arteries, spanning bridges, and extensive supply encampments, all of which facilitated unhindered operations across challenging topographies, despite concerted Dacian attempts to impede Roman logistical frameworks. The establishment of enduring Roman infrastructure throughout the subjugated territories unequivocally signaled the imperial government's resolute intent to assert permanent dominion over the annexed regions, concurrently furnishing crucial staging grounds for subsequent military campaigns. Trajan's bridge stands as the unparalleled engineering marvel of the entire military expedition, serving as a powerful testament to Roman technical prowess, while simultaneously conferring strategic benefits that profoundly reshaped the martial landscape along the Danube borderland. The monumental bridge-building enterprise, meticulously overseen by the eminent architect Apollodorus of Damascus, encompassed the erection of colossal stone piers. These robust foundations were designed to bear a substantial wooden superstructure, capable of accommodating the relentless transit of heavy military conveyances irrespective of prevailing meteorological conditions. Its strategic placement, proximate to the contemporary settlement of Drobeta Turnu Severin, offered not only ideal conditions for its construction, but also afforded unparalleled strategic ingress into Dacian territories, thereby enabling the sustainment of prolonged and extensive military endeavors. The architectural and engineering marvel that was Trajan's Bridge showcased an unparalleled comprehension of sophisticated hydraulic engineering, intricate structural mechanics, and advanced construction methodologies, truly representing the zenith of Roman ingenuity. This colossal structure stretched approximately 1,135 meters across the formidable Danube, supported by a series of 20 imposing stone piers that soared to breathtaking heights of up to 60 meters above the churning river's surface. Each of these monumental piers necessitated the meticulous placement of massive stone foundations, meticulously designed to withstand the relentless assault of seasonal floods, the destructive force of ice flows, and any cunning attempts at sabotage, all while bearing the considerable weight of the wooden arch superstructures that formed the actual thoroughfare. The sheer scale of this construction endeavor mandated a meticulously coordinated workforce, the deployment of highly specialized equipment, and an extraordinary depth of engineering acumen, serving as a profound testament to Rome's unparalleled organizational prowess and profound technical knowledge. The strategic ramifications emanating from the construction of Trajan's Bridge transcended its immediate utility as a conduit for military maneuvers, fundamentally altering the geopolitical landscape. This permanent river-crossing facility afforded the Roman legions the unprecedented ability to rapidly deploy their formidable forces deep into Dacian territory, simultaneously establishing an invulnerable network of supply lines, capable of sustaining protracted military operations irrespective of the capricious seasonal conditions or the persistent threat of enemy interference. The bridge effectively neutralized the inherent advantages the Dacians had long enjoyed by controlling the crucial Danube crossings, thereby bestowing upon Roman commanders a newfound tactical flexibility that allowed for swift and decisive responses to evolving military exigencies. Furthermore, the profound psychological impact of this monumental construction project resonated deeply with both the Roman citizenry and the Dacian populace, unequivocally demonstrating the imperial engineering capabilities and an unyielding determination that profoundly influenced political calculations across the entire region. The construction of this magnificent bridge was fraught with formidable challenges, encompassing the unpredictable management of the Danube's turbulent currents, the intricate coordination of colossal material requirements, and the unwavering maintenance of stringent work schedules, all compounded by the ever-present specter of potential enemy interference and the harsh realities of inclement weather. Roman engineers, renowned for their innovative spirit, devised groundbreaking construction techniques that enabled the precise placement of massive stone blocks into the swift-flowing river, meticulously ensuring impeccable alignment and structural integrity, elements absolutely vital for the bridge's long-term durability. This audacious project necessitated extensive quarrying operations to extract the vast quantities of stone, the establishment of complex transportation networks to deliver materials, and the deployment of highly specialized construction equipment, collectively representing a monumental logistical undertaking that demanded seamless coordination among a multitude of military and civilian organizations. The successful completion of Trajan's bridge empowered Roman forces to exert relentless and sustained pressure upon Dacian positions, concurrently providing secure and readily accessible withdrawal routes that significantly mitigated the inherent risks associated with extended military campaigns deep within hostile territory. Roman military strategists were now able to conceptualize and implement strategic options that had previously been deemed impossible, primarily due to insurmountable logistical constraints and the inherent vulnerabilities of river crossings. The bridge facility, therefore, furnished the Roman war machine with unprecedented capabilities for rapid reinforcement, efficient supply-resupply, and unparalleled tactical flexibility, fundamentally recalibrating the strategic balance of power between the formidable Roman and resilient Dacian forces. The Provisional Peace Accord that brought the First Dacian War to a close reflected a nuanced interplay of Roman strategic objectives and pragmatic limitations that, for the moment, precluded the immediate and complete subjugation of Dacian territories. While Roman forces had indeed secured significant tactical victories and seized crucial Dacian strongholds, the arduous campaign had simultaneously underscored the substantial human and material costs, as well as the formidable challenges inherent in conquering well-defended mountainous regions held by fiercely determined adversaries. Trajan, a sagacious and pragmatic leader, recognized that a complete conquest would necessitate the allocation of considerably more resources, a greater expenditure of time, and more extensive military preparations. Objectives that might be more effectively achieved through a temporary settlement, which would provide invaluable opportunities for more thorough and deliberate preparation. The meticulously negotiated peace terms between Emperor Trajan and King Decebalus effectively established Dacia as a Roman client kingdom, albeit one burdened with specific obligations pertaining to tribute payments, military assistance, and territorial adjustments that unequivocally served Roman strategic interests, while ostensibly preserving a degree of Dacian political autonomy under pervasive Roman oversight. As part of this accord, Decebalus consented to the dismantling of certain fortifications, the provision of hostages as tangible guarantees of compliance, and the acceptance of Roman garrisons strategically positioned at key locations. These garrisons served a dual purpose. They could vigilantly monitor Dacian activities and simultaneously act as forward operating bases for any future military operations deemed necessary. Such terms conferred upon Rome significant strategic advantages, while simultaneously allowing Decebalus to retain authority over his kingdom and covertly prepare for the inevitable future conflicts. Roman strategic deliberations concerning the temporary peace settlement were acutely aware that this period of accommodation could furnish invaluable opportunities for comprehensive intelligence gathering, meticulous logistical preparation, and astute political development, all of which would substantially enhance the prospects for ultimately successful future military operations. Roman administrators were poised to leverage this interim peace to establish more robust and efficient supply networks, to meticulously gather detailed intelligence regarding Dacian military capabilities and strategic intentions, and to cultivate crucial political relationships with potential Dacian allies who might be persuaded to support Roman objectives during subsequent conflicts. Furthermore, the settlement afforded a much-needed respite for Roman military units to recover from the attrition of campaign casualties, while simultaneously enabling them to thoroughly incorporate the hard-won lessons gleaned from their intense combat experiences with the formidable Dacian forces. Conversely, Dacian strategic objectives during the intricate peace negotiations were singularly focused on securing a crucial reprieve, a precious interval during which they could intensively pursue military preparation, forge vital diplomatic alliances, and stimulate economic recovery. These efforts were all designed to substantially bolster their resistance capabilities in anticipation of the inevitable future confrontations with the overwhelming might of Roman forces. King Decebalus, a shrewd and perceptive leader, harbored no illusions. He unequivocally recognized that Roman imperial ambitions ultimately necessitated the complete subjugation of Dacia, rendering the peace settlement a mere temporary respite, rather than a definitive resolution to the protracted conflict. Consequently, the Dacian king astutely utilized this period of fragile peace to assiduously strengthen his kingdom's fortifications, to significantly expand and refine military training programs, and to diligently cultivate alliance relationships that could potentially furnish invaluable supplementary support during future military operations. The very implementation of these peace terms inherently generated persistent tensions and irresolvable disputes, starkly reflecting the fundamental incompatibilities between the expansive Roman imperial objectives and the deeply ingrained Dacian aspirations for unyielding independence. Roman demands for substantial tribute payments, significant territorial concessions, and stringent military restrictions inherently clashed with deeply entrenched Dacian traditions and their imperative political requirements, rendering complete compliance an arduous, if not impossible, undertaking. These intractable implementation difficulties regrettably provided a convenient pretext for future military intervention, while simultaneously creating immense political pressures that inexorably pushed both sides towards a renewed conflict, despite the existence of the temporary accommodation agreements. Intelligence operations during this tense interlude of peace were characterized by an extensive and relentless gathering of information by both Roman and Dacian representatives. Each side assiduously sought to assess the enemy's precise capabilities, strategic intentions, and inherent vulnerabilities, all with the ultimate goal of securing decisive advantages during future conflicts. Roman intelligence activities were primarily concentrated on meticulously mapping Dacian fortifications, accurately evaluating their military capabilities, and judiciously identifying potential political divisions within the Dacian leadership that could be strategically exploited during subsequent military campaigns. Conversely, Dacian intelligence gathering efforts meticulously emphasized scrutinizing Roman military preparations, discerning their overarching strategic planning, and monitoring political developments within the Roman Empire that might indicate the precise timing and specific objectives for a renewed Roman military offensive. The Second Dacian War, an inevitable conflagration, erupted with explosive force in 105 AD. By this point, the accumulated weight of unresolved tensions and pervasive mutual suspicions had rendered continued peaceful coexistence utterly impossible, despite the formal treaty obligations that theoretically governed the intricate Roman-Dacian relationship. Roman accusations of brazen Dacian treaty violations provided a convenient and potent justification for renewed military action, while the extensive Dacian preparations for resistance unequivocally signaled their clear recognition that conflict had become an inescapable reality, irrespective of any last-ditch diplomatic efforts to preserve the fragile peace. Both formidable powers had astutely utilized the intervening period to substantially enhance their respective military capabilities and fortify their strategic positions, thus meticulously setting the stage for a far more decisive and cataclysmic military confrontation than had transpired during the initial campaign. The resounding and decisive victory achieved at Sarmizegetusa Regia in 106 AD marked not merely the tragic conclusion of Dacian independence, but rather heralded the auspicious commencement of one of Rome's most ambitious and transformative provincial experiments. As the acrid smoke gradually dissipated from the smoldering ruins of the Dacian capital, and the tragic suicide of King Decebalus extinguished the last vestiges of organized resistance, Emperor Trajan was confronted with the monumental and intricate task of meticulously transforming a fiercely independent warrior kingdom into a productive and integrated Roman province. The emperor's expansive vision extended far beyond a simplistic military occupation. He harbored a profound ambition to forge a model province, one that would unequivocally demonstrate Rome's unparalleled capacity for profound cultural transformation, while simultaneously extracting the maximum possible economic benefit from Dacia's legendary and abundant mineral wealth. The meticulous establishment of the Roman province of Dacia necessitated a series of immediate and critical administrative decisions, choices that would profoundly shape the region's development and trajectory for generations to come. Trajan, with characteristic foresight, appointed Decimus Terentius Scarianus as the inaugural provincial governor, selecting an eminently experienced and demonstrably competent administrator who possessed a proven track record in deftly managing complex territorial transitions and diverse, often resistant, populations. Scorianus arrived in Dacia bearing explicit and comprehensive instructions. He was to meticulously implement an overarching policy of Romanization across the newly conquered lands, while simultaneously maintaining a sufficiently robust military presence to preempt any renewed resistance from the scattered remnants of Dacian populations, particularly those entrenched within the mountainous regions where Roman control remained, at best, tenuous. The imperial grip, however, remained somewhat precarious. The intricate administrative framework governing Roman Dacia meticulously adhered to established provincial blueprints, yet it judiciously integrated specific adjustments necessitated by the region's distinctive geographical contours and complex demographic composition. Initially, the province underwent a strategic bifurcation into two principal administrative zones. Dacia Superior, which encompassed the former regal heartland of Decebalus, including the formidable Orashti Mountains and their environs, and Dacia Inferior, extending across the less thoroughly assimilated eastern and southern territories of the former Dacian political entity. This judicious division underscored both pragmatic administrative imperatives and a shrewd strategic acknowledgement that disparate regions would inevitably demand tailored approaches to foster integration and assert dominion. Across this nascent province, Roman administrative centers were strategically established, fulfilling a multifaceted array of roles as pivotal military garrisons, vibrant commercial entrepôts, and potent symbols of imperial authority. These installations unequivocally broadcasted Rome's unwavering, long-term commitment to perpetuating its dominion over the recently subjugated lands. The deliberate selection of locations for these crucial administrative hubs bespoke a meticulous assessment of strategic positioning, inherent defensive capabilities, the robustness of communication arteries, and the intrinsic economic potential that could both sustain a persistent Roman presence and seamlessly facilitate the assimilation of indigenous populations into the broader imperial apparatus. The seminal undertaking of founding Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa stood as the preeminent urban development endeavor within the newly acquired province. This ambitious project brought forth a quintessential Roman city destined to function as the provincial capital, simultaneously serving as a profound symbolic replacement for the obliterated Dacian stronghold, thereby erecting a lasting monument to the prowess of Roman civilization. Its strategic placement within the Hatseg region conferred notable advantages, encompassing naturally defensible terrain, reliable access to water resources, close proximity to valuable mineral deposits, and robust communication conduits, linking it with other nascent major settlements dispersed throughout the provincial expanse. Roman urban architects meticulously designed Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa in strict accordance with standard Roman city planning tenets, while skillfully incorporating specific modifications tailored to the unique local geographical exigencies. The meticulously planned urban fabric of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa prominently displayed the hallmark Roman grid pattern, with a vibrant central forum acting as the civic nucleus. This forum was encircled by an impressive array of public edifices, including a grand basilica, revered temples, expansive bathhouses, and essential administrative offices, all of which furnished vital public services while concurrently showcasing the sophisticated grandeur of Roman architectural acumen. The monumental construction of the city demanded an immense workforce, comprising both eager voluntary laborers drawn by the promise of lucrative employment and conscripted local populations who contributed their manual efforts to the execution of these prodigious building projects. Extensive archaeological investigations conclusively indicate the remarkably swift progression of the city's development, with its principal public structures reaching completion within the inaugural decade of Roman occupation. Within Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa, the residential quarters distinctly mirrored the stratified social hierarchy that was a defining characteristic of Roman colonial societies. Affluent Roman colonists inhabited substantial, opulent dwellings replete with cutting-edge amenities such as advanced hypocaust heating systems, intricately patterned mosaic floors, and exclusive private bath facilities. Middle-class inhabitants, a group that included Roman citizens of moderate means and prosperous local merchants, resided in more modest, yet thoughtfully appointed, houses, signifying their successful integration into the prevailing Roman social and economic frameworks. The working-class populace occupied multi-story apartment blocks and smaller individual houses, which, while offering fundamental accommodation, consistently upheld the established Roman urban standards of sanitation and order. The bustling commercial districts within the new provincial capital teemed with an assortment of shops, industrious workshops, capacious warehouses, and well-organized market facilities. These vibrant hubs vigorously supported both localized economic activity and extensive long-distance trade relationships, effectively weaving Dacia into the intricate tapestry of broader Roman commercial networks. The authoritative establishment of Roman commercial law, coupled with the introduction of standardized weights and measures, significantly streamlined trade interactions, concurrently affording legal safeguards that vigorously stimulated investment and fostered robust economic development. The market facilities themselves were intelligently segmented into specialized zones catering to diverse categories of goods, with a pronounced emphasis on the exchange of precious metals, staple agricultural produce, and a variety of manufactured items, each reflecting the province's paramount economic priorities and its contribution to the imperial treasury. The religious architecture gracing Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa skillfully integrated both the venerable traditional Roman temples and innovative syncretic religious edifices. These latter structures thoughtfully accommodated indigenous spiritual traditions within the parameters of acceptable Roman theological frameworks, demonstrating a pragmatic tolerance. The grand construction of a Capitoline temple, consecrated to the principal deities Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, unequivocally solidified the official Roman religious presence. Simultaneously, numerous other temples dedicated to a pantheon of Roman deities provided ample opportunities for worship to colonists hailing from the diverse regions of the sprawling empire. Archaeological findings consistently suggest that certain Dacian religious practices persisted, albeit in modified iterations, ensuring they posed no perceived challenge to Roman political authority or the established social order. The monumental colonization initiative systematically implemented across Roman Dacia constituted one of the most expansive population transfer programs ever witnessed in Roman imperial annals. This ambitious undertaking brought a deluge of settlers from every corner of the vast empire, serving to firmly establish Roman demographic ascendancy, while simultaneously injecting the essential skilled labor and administrative acumen indispensable for the province's comprehensive development. Trajan's shrewd colonization policies were meticulously designed to forge stable Roman communities capable of both sustaining imperial control and maximizing the extraction of economic benefits from Dacia's abundant resources and its pivotal strategic location. The recruitment drive for these colonists drew upon a remarkably diverse cross-section of populations from throughout the Roman Empire, including battle-hardened veterans of the Dacian campaigns, who received generous land grants as commendations for their distinguished military service, civilian volunteers enticed by the burgeoning economic opportunities within a resource-rich province, and highly skilled craftsmen whose specialized expertise was absolutely critical for advancing mining operations and constructing vital urban infrastructure. The remarkable heterogeneity of the colonists' origins fostered the emergence of truly cosmopolitan communities, vividly reflecting the multicultural character inherent within Roman imperial society, all while assiduously preserving a distinct Roman cultural and political identity. Veteran settlements, strategically arrayed throughout Dacia, served a dual purpose. They were instrumental in driving agricultural development and simultaneously bolstering military security. This was achieved through the deliberate creation of defensible communities, populated by seasoned soldiers who could not only rapidly respond to any emergent security threats, but also diligently cultivate productive agricultural operations. These veteran colonies were endowed with land grants that encompassed both fertile agricultural plots and valuable urban properties, thereby creating powerful economic incentives that fostered permanent settlement while rigorously maintaining a state of military readiness. Archaeological evidence unequivocally illustrates that veteran settlements adhered to standardized layouts, featuring robust central defensive positions encircled by extensive agricultural lands capable of sustaining the community populations during periods of crisis or emergency conditions. Among the civilian colonists were discerning merchants, adept craftsmen, diligent administrators, and industrious farmers, all of whom eagerly pursued the economic prospects presented by a province where substantial Roman investment and ambitious development projects generated an acute demand for a diverse spectrum of skills and specialized services. The colonial administration proactively furnished a range of compelling incentives, including generous tax exemptions, substantial land grants, and valuable legal privileges, all meticulously designed to encourage immigration. Concurrently, rigorous selection processes ensured that all newcomers possessed the requisite skills deemed indispensable for the province's progressive development. The selection paradigm for civilian colonists placed a premium on individuals who could meaningfully contribute to economic growth while steadfastly upholding loyalty to Roman political ideals and cultural tenets. The demographic transformation of Dacia unfolded systematically as Roman colonists meticulously established communities across territories that had been either depopulated by the ravages of warfare or deliberately abandoned by Dacian populations seeking refuge from the encroaching Roman dominion. Conservative population estimates indicate that Roman colonization ushered in several 100,000 settlers into Dacia during the initial generation of imperial governance, thereby establishing decisive Roman demographic majorities in critical urban centers and strategically vital regions. Concurrently, mixed populations persisted in rural areas, where surviving Dacian communities continued their traditional agricultural pursuits under the vigilant oversight of Roman authority. Integration policies, meticulously implemented by Roman administrators, aimed to forge unified provincial populations, harmoniously blending Roman colonists with the remaining Dacian communities through a sophisticated array of legal, economic, and cultural mechanisms. These measures consciously fostered cooperation while rigorously upholding Roman political dominance. Such integration endeavors notably encompassed intermarriage between Roman and Dacian populations, the formation of synergistic economic partnerships that combined Roman capital with invaluable local knowledge and labor, and comprehensive educational programs designed to impart the Latin language and Roman customs to indigenous populations aspiring for upward mobility within the imperial systems. The systematic economic exploitation of Dacia's abundant resources commenced with immediate vigor following the military conquest. Roman engineers and administrators swiftly implemented highly organized extraction programs meticulously designed to maximize the production of precious metals, concurrently fostering the development of agricultural and commercial enterprises capable of sustaining extensive imperial investment. The fabled wealth of Dacian gold mines had, in fact, served as the principal impetus for Trajan's arduous conquest. Consequently, Roman mining operations were strategically geared towards extracting the utmost value from these invaluable resources, all while maintaining robust production levels that could adequately support both localized development within the province and substantial imperial revenues. Gold mining activities concentrated in the mineral-rich Apuseni Mountains received immediate and focused attention from Roman engineers who, possessing advanced extraction techniques and unparalleled organizational capabilities, were poised to significantly augment production far beyond the levels achieved under previous Dacian administration. The Roman administration of Dacia witnessed a profound transformation across various sectors, significantly impacting the region's economic, social, and cultural landscapes. Roman mining operations employed sophisticated hydraulic systems, ingeniously diverting water to efficiently wash gold-bearing gravels. They also constructed intricate underground shafts, enabling access to deeper, richer ore deposits, and implemented advanced processing techniques that yielded superior recovery rates from raw ore materials. Extensive archaeological investigations at prominent sites such as Rocia Montana have unearthed vast Roman mining installations. These included comprehensive processing facilities, dedicated worker housing, and administrative edifices, all strategically designed to support large-scale extraction endeavors. The sheer magnitude of Roman mining activities necessitated immense labor forces, comprising both free workers, enticed by the promise of relatively high wages, and enslaved populations, who performed the arduous and perilous manual labor in the subterranean depths. Consequently, Roman mining communities developed unique social structures, reflecting the inherent dangers and lucrative nature of their work. Successful miners often amassed considerable wealth, yet remained acutely aware of the occupational hazards that rendered mining careers both highly profitable and potentially ephemeral. The establishment of these burgeoning mining settlements mandated a robust supporting infrastructure. This encompassed vital food production systems, specialized equipment manufacturing, and extensive transportation networks, all meticulously designed to link the mining regions with the broader provincial economic systems. Complementing the gold extraction activities were silver mining operations, which, while equally crucial, demanded distinct technical approaches and processing methodologies. Roman engineers adeptly adapted these techniques to suit the specific local geological conditions of Dacian territories. Silver ore deposits in this region frequently presented in combination with lead ore, necessitating complex processes to meticulously separate the valuable silver from the base metals. Roman metallurgists, renowned for their expertise, established advanced processing facilities capable of handling vast volumes of ore while rigorously upholding the quality standards imperative for monetary and commercial applications. The seamless integration of silver mining into the existing Roman monetary systems conferred immediate economic benefits, simultaneously bolstering provincial development through an augmented money supply and invigorated commercial activity. Agricultural development throughout Roman Dacia strategically focused on both subsistence production, essential for sustaining the burgeoning populations, and commercial agriculture, designed to generate lucrative export revenues while simultaneously diminishing reliance on imported food supplies. Roman agricultural techniques, meticulously introduced into Dacian territories, included improved plowing methods, systematic crop rotation systems, and advanced livestock management practices. These innovations significantly boosted productivity while diligently maintaining soil fertility over extended periods. The naturally fertile plains and valleys, which had historically sustained thriving Dacian agricultural communities, provided an excellent foundation for the expansion of Roman agricultural operations. Roman colonists, bringing with them a wealth of agricultural knowledge from their respective regions of origin, established diverse farming systems. These systems skillfully combined Mediterranean crops with traditional local agricultural practices, meticulously adapted to the specific Dacian climate and soil conditions. Wheat and barley production, in particular, witnessed a substantial expansion under Roman administration, furnishing staple grains for both local consumption and export to other provinces. Viticulture received particular attention, as Roman colonists assiduously established vineyards capable of producing wine for local markets. Furthermore, there was a concerted effort to develop export capabilities that could potentially rival established wine-producing regions across the vast empire. Livestock operations also expanded significantly under Roman administration. Colonists introduced improved breeding techniques and sophisticated management practices, which collectively increased the production of meat, dairy products, leather, and wool, all indispensable for both local consumption and commercial trade. Cattle rearing especially benefited from Roman veterinary knowledge and selective breeding programs, which markedly enhanced animal health and productivity. Sheep and goat operations expanded into the mountainous regions, where these resilient animals could effectively utilize marginal grazing lands, simultaneously producing wool and other valuable products for textile manufacturing and export trade. The seamless integration into Roman trade networks granted Dacian producers unparalleled access to markets throughout the vast empire. This integration simultaneously generated substantial demand for Dacian products, thereby fostering economic diversification and robust development within the province. Roman commercial law and standardized business practices played a pivotal role in reducing transaction costs and mitigating legal uncertainties that had previously constrained trade relationships. This newfound stability empowered Dacian merchants to participate effectively in long-distance commerce. The ambitious construction of improved transportation infrastructure, encompassing well-engineered roads, sturdy bridges, and efficient port facilities, significantly enhanced connectivity with major trade routes. This, in turn, substantially reduced shipping costs and expedited delivery times, further stimulating economic growth. The cultural transformation of Dacia under Roman administration involved systematic and deliberate efforts to introduce Roman language, law, architecture, and social customs. Simultaneously, the administration carefully managed the persistence of local traditions, ensuring they did not conflict with imperial political objectives. Roman cultural policies were strategically designed to cultivate provincial populations that maintained unwavering loyalty to imperial authority, while productively contributing to economic and social development. These ambitious cultural transformation efforts necessitated a delicate balance, promoting the advanced Roman civilization while respectfully accommodating local customs that could be assimilated into acceptable hybrid cultural forms. The adoption of the Latin language progressed through multiple interconnected channels. These included official administrative requirements, abundant educational opportunities, and compelling economic incentives that made Latin proficiency an essential prerequisite for advancement within the Roman social and economic systems. Roman schools, strategically established in major urban centers, provided comprehensive Latin instruction for both the children of Roman colonists and local populations, actively seeking integration into imperial society. The gradual but pervasive spread of Latin throughout Dacian territories created common communication capabilities, simultaneously facilitating deeper cultural integration and enhancing administrative efficiency. The implementation of Roman law systematically replaced traditional Dacian legal customs with the imperial legal systems. These systems provided standardized procedures for property rights, commercial transactions, criminal justice, and civil disputes. Roman legal principles underscored the importance of written law, formal procedures, and robust appeals processes, collectively offering greater predictability and protection for individual rights than had been available under the traditional tribal legal systems. The introduction of Roman citizenship opportunities for qualified local populations created powerful incentives for cultural integration, while simultaneously expanding the base of individuals who enjoyed full legal rights and protections. Architectural transformation throughout Roman Dacia encompassed both the construction of magnificent new buildings meticulously designed according to Roman standards and the thoughtful modification of existing structures to accommodate Roman functional requirements and aesthetic preferences. Roman architectural techniques, expertly introduced to Dacia, included innovative concrete construction, sophisticated arch and vault systems, efficient hypocaust heating, and elegant decorative elements. These demonstrated the unparalleled Roman engineering capabilities, while simultaneously providing improved functionality and enhanced comfort. Public buildings, grandly constructed in the Roman style, served both practical functions and profound symbolic purposes, eloquently showcasing imperial civilization and authority. Urban planning principles, meticulously applied to Dacian settlements, resulted in organized city layouts featuring proper drainage, reliable water supply, efficient waste management, and well-designed transportation systems. These improvements significantly enhanced public health and elevated the overall quality of life, while simultaneously demonstrating Roman administrative competence. The construction of intricate aqueducts, comprehensive sewer systems, and paved streets in major settlements provided critical infrastructure that could support larger populations, while diligently maintaining the sanitary conditions essential for sustained urban development. Public amenities, including luxurious baths, grand theaters, and impressive amphitheaters, provided abundant recreational and cultural opportunities that enriched urban life while vigorously promoting Roman social customs. Religious practices under Roman administration involved the judicious introduction of official Roman cults, while thoughtfully permitting local religious traditions that could either be adapted to Roman frameworks or practiced privately without challenging imperial authority. The construction of Roman temples and the establishment of official priesthoods created institutional religious structures that steadfastly supported imperial political authority while providing essential spiritual services for Roman colonists. Archaeological evidence strongly suggests that certain Dacian religious practices persisted in modified forms, particularly in rural areas where Roman cultural influence remained more limited. The endurance of Dacian traditions reflected both the practical limitations inherent in large-scale cultural transformation efforts and deliberate Roman policies that permitted local customs which did not threaten political stability or economic productivity. Dacian craft traditions continued, but in modified forms that skillfully incorporated Roman techniques and aesthetic preferences while commendably maintaining their distinctive local characteristics. Traditional Dacian metalwork skills proved particularly valuable for Roman mining and manufacturing operations, thereby creating strong economic incentives for preserving and further developing local technical expertise. Archaeological evidence unearthed from Roman Dacian sites reveals a complex cultural synthesis, where Roman and Dacian elements were ingeniously combined. This intricate blending created distinctive provincial cultures, reflecting both the profound imperial integration and the ingenious local adaptation that characterized this fascinating period. Pottery styles, intricate decorative motifs, solemn burial practices, and domestic architecture all exhibit compelling evidence of this vibrant cultural mixing, which ultimately produced hybrid forms incorporating elements from both rich traditions. The archaeological findings unequivocally reveal that the profound societal evolution within Roman Dacia encompassed reciprocal integration and accommodation, rather than a unilateral imposition of imperial practices over indigenous customs. The emergence of a distinctive Romano-Dacian cultural ethos unfolded over successive generations through sustained engagement between the transplanted Roman settlers and the indigenous inhabitants. thereby forging unique regional civilizations. These new cultures upheld allegiance to the prevailing Roman administrative structure, while integrating indigenous components that were intrinsically linked to the unique topographical circumstances and profound historical narratives of the area. This intricate cultural amalgamation established the bedrock for a resilient and harmonious provincial community that could bolster the broader Roman imperial economic and governance ambitions, simultaneously preserving societal unity and an unbroken thread of cultural heritage. This facilitated enduring imperial dominion over territories that had, in earlier epochs, fiercely contested Roman territorial encroachment with staunch military opposition. Despite the sweeping Romanization initiatives instituted across the entirety of Dacia during the governance periods of Emperor Trajan and subsequent rulers, and notwithstanding their methodical application and formidable imperial endorsement, these policies were ultimately unable to wholly obliterate the entrenched indigenous customs and distinct demographic clusters that had been forged over countless generations of autonomous Dacian societal evolution. Concurrently, while Roman settlers secured preeminent roles in bustling metropolitan hubs and agriculturally rich territories, sizable Dacian enclaves endured in secluded, high-altitude territories where Roman governmental oversight remained circumscribed and where indigenous lifestyles could persevere with negligible external intervention from the overarching imperial administration. These enduring communities not only preserved their demographic continuity, but also maintained pivotal constituents of their Dacian heritage, which demonstrated extraordinary tenacity across the entire span of Roman suzerainty. The formidable Carpathian mountain chains afforded inherent sanctuaries for Dacian groups who consciously opted for defiance rather than capitulation, thereby fostering secluded enclaves where ancestral societal frameworks, spiritual rites, and subsistence methods were meticulously safeguarded, far from the pervasive influence of systematic Roman assimilation initiatives. Excavated findings from elevated habitations point to an uninterrupted habitation of locales originally founded in the era preceding the Roman subjugation, with their tangible artifacts revealing a measured evolution in response to altered conditions, as opposed to an outright renunciation of their inherited customs. These resilient highland societies devised intricate methodologies for upholding their self-governance, while adroitly circumventing direct engagements with the formidable Roman legions, which could have otherwise led to their annihilation or compulsory displacement. The enduring presence of ancestral Dacian habitations within regions such as the rugged Retezat Mountains, the expansive Fagarash Range, and the secluded vales of the Apuseni Mountains was a testament to both their inherent topographical benefits and conscious endeavors for safeguarding their heritage. Such locales presented naturally defensible topographies, rendering Roman military incursions arduous and economically burdensome, simultaneously affording them access to vital natural provisions encompassing valuable timber, extensive grazing pastures, and rich mineral reserves capable of sustaining autonomous settlements. The dispersed configuration of these communities rendered comprehensive Roman dominion unfeasible, given that the expenditures associated with deploying and sustaining permanent military outposts in isolated high-altitude territories considerably outweighed any prospective fiscal gains or strategic advantages. Acts of Dacian defiance throughout the Roman occupation manifested in diverse modalities, extending from subtle non-adherence to imperial directives to overt acts of destruction against Roman commercial and martial infrastructure. Highland Dacian enclaves regularly launched incursions targeting Roman mineral extraction sites, logistical arteries, and secluded outposts, simultaneously eschewing large-scale engagements that could incite disproportionate Roman punitive measures. Such acts of defiance necessitated meticulous orchestration across disparate settlements and relied upon intricate espionage systems capable of tracking Roman movements and policies, concurrently devising actions designed to inflict maximal detriment upon imperial objectives whilst simultaneously attenuating perils to the indigenous Dacian populace. The structural framework governing these acts of defiance was a clear embodiment of long-standing Dacian martial traditions, albeit skillfully reconfigured to the exigencies of existence under Roman suzerainty. Compact units of combatants upheld their ancestral armaments and combat methodologies, concurrently innovating novel strategies tailored for irregular warfare against Roman objectives. The distinctive falx blade persisted in its dual role as a functional implement of combat and an emblematic representation of Dacian defiance. With excavated artifacts from this epoch unequivocally demonstrating the ongoing manufacture and deployment of these characteristic scythe-like weapons within territories situated beyond the immediate purview of Roman authority. The vanguard of these opposition movements originated from established warrior lineages, individuals endowed with both formidable martial prowess and inherent communal influence, indispensable for orchestrating and perpetuating the sustained campaign of resistance. The intricate espionage apparatus bolstering Dacian opposition efforts comprised both structured channels of communication linking the highland settlements and clandestine intelligence acquisition facilitated by interactions with assimilated Roman populations who harbored concealed allegiances to the cause of autonomy. These interwoven systems furnished critical data regarding Roman troop deployments, governmental decrees, and commercial undertakings, which empowered the insurgent factions to devise impactful campaigns, simultaneously evading Roman retaliatory actions. The efficacy of Dacian information procurement was attributable to a blend of ancestral tribal signaling techniques and strategic modifications derived from keen observation of Roman bureaucratic and martial protocols. The subsistence endeavors within defiant Dacian enclaves were fundamentally centered on autonomy and time-honored manufacturing techniques designed to function autonomously from the prevailing Roman economic frameworks, concurrently supplying the requisite provisions and utilities essential for communal perpetuation. Ancestral metallurgy persevered in secluded territories, where skilled Dacian artisans forged implements, armaments, and ornamental pieces, employing methods refined over countless generations of autonomous cultural progression. Agrarian pursuits preserved indigenous crop strains and cultivation techniques, which were intrinsically suited to the unique regional ecological parameters and demanded negligible external resources or mercantile affiliations. The spiritual observances prevalent among defiant Dacian communities safeguarded the ancestral veneration of Zalmoxis and its accompanying ceremonial rites, thereby sustaining profound spiritual links to their cultural heritage preceding the Roman subjugation. Hallowed woodlands and consecrated locales nestled in secluded highland regions persisted as pivotal venues for ancestral rituals and communal convocations, which served to fortify ethnic solidarity while simultaneously offering divine sanction for their ongoing defiance against Roman dominion. This enduring adherence to indigenous spiritual customs was indicative of both profound devotional conviction and conscious efforts towards cultural safeguarding, thereby upholding a unique Dacian distinctiveness. Notwithstanding Roman endeavors to propagate their own imperial theological frameworks, furthermore, beyond the formidable mountain sanctuaries of overt opposition, sizable contingents of autonomous Dacian clans preserved their sovereignty along the expansive peripheries of Roman territorial jurisdiction, where the reach of imperial governance progressively attenuated with increasing remoteness from principal administrative hubs and martial strongholds. The Carpi, a formidable people who asserted dominion over the expansive lands situated between the towering Carpathian Mountains and the meandering Dniester River, stood as the preeminent and most systematically structured among these autonomous Dacian factions. Substantial archaeological findings suggest that the Carpi possessed highly developed governmental frameworks, formidable martial prowess, and intricate economic infrastructures, which empowered them to operate as self-governing political powers, simultaneously navigating multifaceted diplomatic engagements with both the Roman administration and various other non-Roman tribal groups. The Carpi tribal alliance incorporated numerous constituent clans, exercising suzerainty over vast swathes of land corresponding to present-day eastern Romania and Moldova, upholding their inherited Dacian cultural norms while concurrently adjusting to the evolving geopolitical landscape engendered by Roman territorial aggrandizement. Carpi habitations were characterized by formidable defensive ramparts, which seamlessly integrated both time-honored Dacian building methodologies and strategic improvements gleaned from close study of Roman martial engineering. The spatial arrangement of Carpi excavated locations suggests a structured territorial management system that dominated crucial fluvial passages, commercial arteries, and fertile agrarian zones, simultaneously sustaining intricate communication channels linking their dispersed tribal contingents. The Carpi martial structure steadfastly upheld its inherited Dacian warrior ethos, concurrently cultivating the requisite proficiencies for engaging Roman legions and contending with rival non-Roman factions for geopolitical dominance and valuable commodities. Carpi combatants persistently utilized falx blades in conjunction with lances, defensive shields, and projectile weaponry, thereby affording them versatile strategic options for varied battlefield scenarios. The perpetuation of specialized military cadres within the Carpi societal framework facilitated prolonged martial engagements, concurrently safeguarding the cultural heritage that delineated Carpi distinctiveness from both the Roman imperial civilization and other non-Roman tribal societies. The governance systems within Carpi domains upheld ancestral Dacian models of authority, simultaneously adjusting to the intricate diplomatic imperatives inherent in a geopolitical landscape where numerous entities vied for sway and dominion. Carpi leaders skillfully managed interactions with the Roman administration, fellow Dacian communities, various Germanic clans, and Sarmatian factions by means of astute diplomatic maneuvers designed to uphold Carpi sovereignty, whilst assiduously circumventing altercations that could precipitate losses of land or forced demographic shifts. The remarkable astuteness of Carpi diplomatic endeavors evinced a profound blend of inherited Dacian political acumen and a wealth of strategic learning amassed over countless epochs of engagement with myriad civilizations and varied governmental frameworks. Their economic pursuits prominently prioritized both time-honored subsistence production methods, such as localized farming and foraging for immediate consumption, and dynamic commercial relationships that profoundly facilitated the procurement of essential commodities and raw materials unobtainable within their designated territorial confines. Furthermore, Carpi agricultural practices meticulously preserved traditional crop varieties, like ancient grains and pulses, concurrently integrating novel approaches and technological advancements, such as improved implements or irrigation strategies, which substantially amplified yields and significantly ensured community sustenance. Their comprehensive livestock operations centered upon the rearing of robust cattle, resilient sheep, and swift horses, animals that furnished both vital provisions, such as meat, milk, and hides for their populace, and valuable merchandise for spirited commerce with adjacent communities. Concurrently, their sophisticated craft production encompassed intricate metalworking, the creation of finely crafted pottery, detailed textile manufacturing, and skilled woodworking. These diverse artisanal endeavors catered diligently to their domestic requirements, producing everyday tools and household items, while simultaneously generating high-quality export products for extensive commercial exchange across their region. The Costoboci constituted yet another formidable free Dacian tribal group, fiercely safeguarding their sovereignty within the rugged mountainous regions situated strategically between Dacia proper and the expansive Black Sea coast. They meticulously upheld ancestral customs and heritage, concurrently cultivating distinctive economic enterprises that firmly established the bedrock of their enduring self-governance. Costoboci territories notably encompassed crucial mountain defiles and fertile riverine corridors, which effectively dictated passage through vital arteries connecting Roman Dacia with the distant Pontic region. This geographical mastery forged formidable tactical benefits, ultimately facilitating their triumphant opposition against aggressive Roman expansion efforts. Extensive archaeological evidence unearthed from Costoboci sites powerfully attests to the persistent habitation of their traditional settlement locations, with tangible artifacts displaying both an unbroken cultural lineage and a discerning integration of external influences, such as certain Roman coin types or specific decorative motifs. Their intricate social organization meticulously preserved ancestral tribal hierarchies, concurrently cultivating distinct functions and organizational frameworks, including specialized warrior classes, spiritual leaders, and diplomatic envoys. These were essential for navigating intricate interactions with neighboring peoples and responding adeptly to evolving socio-economic and geopolitical landscapes. Costoboci communities comprised both stable agricultural settlements nestled in fertile valleys and dynamic pastoral groups that skillfully exploited alpine pasturages via cyclical transhumance, moving their herds with the seasons. The synergistic amalgamation of agricultural and pastoral economic activities furnished a robust economic spectrum, which profoundly fortified communal fortitude and resilience, all while meticulously upholding time-honored customs associated with both distinct lifestyle patterns. Military capabilities among the Costoboci evinced both an intrinsic Dacian martial ethos, characterized by fierce bravery and skilled use of traditional weaponry, and crucial tactical modifications specifically necessary for safeguarding their rugged highland domains against various external threats. Their ingenious fortifications cleverly utilized indigenous topographical advantages, such as sheer cliffs and deep ravines, simultaneously supplementing these with engineered components like strategically placed stone walls or palisades, thereby significantly augmenting their protective capacities without eschewing colossal expenditures of human effort. The paramount geostrategic positioning of Costoboci territories empowered them to regulate vital thoroughfares, simultaneously sustaining intricate channels of communication with other autonomous Dacian groups and prospective confederates among neighboring peoples. Religious practices prevalent among free Dacian tribes meticulously safeguarded ancestral spiritual convictions and ceremonial rites, such as veneration of natural forces and ancestors, while accommodating evolving circumstances that necessitated revised methodologies for communal religious life. Venerated hallowed grounds, like ancient forest groves or mountain peaks, persistently served as focal points for religious observances, even as novel ceremonial observances emerged to confront particular quandaries associated with preserving ethnic distinctiveness amidst exogenous duress. The remarkable endurance of traditional religious practices among free Dacian populations furnished a profound spiritual bedrock for cultural resistance, simultaneously fostering communal solidarity indispensable for effective governmental and martial structures. Furthermore, archaeological evidence illuminating the enduring presence of Dacian cultural components within Roman Dacia uncovers intricate modalities of tenacious cultural endurance, strategic adaptation, and innovative syncretism. These findings powerfully underscore the inherent constraints of Roman cultural transformation efforts, even despite their methodical execution and paramount imperial backing. The tangible heritage unearthed from Roman Dacian sites distinctly reveals an unbroken continuum of fabrication and utilization of objects that integrate unmistakably Dacian aesthetic motifs, artisanal methodologies, and utilitarian attributes, often juxtaposed with Roman-influenced implements. These compelling archaeological materials signal the tenacious survival of Dacian cultural legacies, not solely among unsubdued communities residing in secluded locales, but equally within acculturated settlements where ethno-cultural amalgamation engendered composite manifestations that successfully preserved Dacian constituents within permissible Roman paradigms. Throughout the vast expanse of Roman Dacia, ceramic fabrication persistently encompassed receptacles that utilized ancestral Dacian profiles, ornamental patterns, and crafting methodologies, simultaneously integrating Roman aesthetic components and practical exigencies. A forensic examination of pottery collections from both bustling urban centers and tranquil rural sites reveals a progressive metamorphosis of ceramic aesthetics that meticulously retained discernible Dacian hallmarks while adeptly conforming to Roman societal predilections and utilitarian demands. The enduring presence of conventional ceramic shapes thus evinced both ongoing utilization by Dacian inhabitants and a notable esteem from Roman settlers, who frequently found local ceramic traditions operationally advantageous for specific purposes, such as cooking or storage. Within Roman Dacia, a rich metallurgical heritage meticulously safeguarded characteristic Dacian methodologies and artistic predilections, concurrently assimilating Roman engineering advancements and fashionable trends. Excavated artifacts of metalwork from the Roman period encompass an array of jewelry, utilitarian tools, and decorative objects that artfully amalgamate Roman and Dacian ornamental constituents, thereby engendering unique regional aesthetics. Notably, the perpetuated manufacture of the phalanx armament, even in adapted iterations, powerfully signifies the enduring legacy of ancestral metallurgical prowess and iconic ethnic emblems, persisting despite strenuous imperial endeavors to regulate arms fabrication and suppress insurgent endeavors. Throughout Roman Dacia, mortuary customs demonstrably exhibited manifestations of ethno-cultural amalgamation, having integrated Roman sepulchral rites with ancestral Dacian funereal observances. This fusion forged composite interment protocols that mirrored both pervasive imperial cultural impress and tenacious indigenous cultural endurance. Necropolis explorations frequently unearth sepulchres containing both Romanesque funerary offerings, such as oil lamps or coins, and artifacts indicative of ancestral Dacian spiritual convictions and societal rituals, like specific pottery or symbolic animal bones. The pronounced heterogeneity of mortuary rituals observed within individual cemeteries underscores intricate ethno-cultural intermingling among demographics comprising Roman settlers, acculturated Dacians, and persons adhering more fervently to ancestral cultural tenets. Throughout the former Roman province of Dacia, toponymic data furnishes indispensable corroboration regarding the enduring viability of Dacian lexical and ethnic constituents. Despite arduous Romanization campaigns and substantial demographic shifts, meticulous onomastic scrutiny uncovers a multiplicity of geographical appellations that originate from Dacian etymological foundations. This phenomenon suggests either uninterrupted habitation by Dacian-speaking communities or a tenacious cultural recollection that meticulously retained ancestral topographical nomenclature, even amidst profound political and demographic transformations. Crucially, the distribution of these Dacian-derived place names aligns precisely with regions where archaeological findings point to tenacious Dacian cultural attributes, implying methodical modalities of cultural endurance rather than haphazard retention of disparate lexical components. Fluvial appellations throughout the expansive Carpathian region exhibit exceptionally compelling proof of Dacian etymological tenacity, with principal hydrographic arteries preserving designations that are distinctly traceable to antecedent Dacian lexical heritage. The Mureș, Olt, Dâmbovița, and numerous smaller rivers, for instance, all bear names that stem from Dacian etymological bases, denoting either sustained usage by Dacian-speaking demographics or the assimilation of ancestral nomenclature by subsequent inhabitants who acknowledged their topographical pertinence. The enduring presence of these fluvial names mirrors both pragmatic factors pertaining to hydrographic transit and mercantile activities, and a profound cultural unbrokenness that meticulously upheld ancestral geographical cognizance throughout successive political metamorphoses. Oronymic designations, encompassing both mountains and hills throughout the former Dacian territories, likewise retain a plethora of instances of antecedent lexical components. These elements suggest either demographic unbrokenness or an enduring ethno-cultural remembrance that sustained ancestral topographical nomenclature. Meticulous scrutiny of oronymic data, in fact, uncovers methodical configurations that consistently correlate with regions where supplementary archaeological evidence denotes tenacious Dacian cultural endurance. This implies a concerted safeguarding of ancestral geographical cognizance, as opposed to the fortuitous retention of disparate lexical constituents. Consequently, these toponymic patterns furnish crucial corroboration for discerning the spatial dissemination of cultural tenacity and the operational modalities through which ancestral wisdom was perpetuated across successive epochs. Habitative appellations throughout the region feature a multitude of instances integrating Dacian lexical constituents, whether as wholly ancestral appellations or as integral parts within composite nomenclatures that amalgamate Dacian and Latin components. The meticulous scrutiny of habitative onomastics consequently uncovers intricate modalities of ethno-cultural interplay that engendered diverse manifestations of lexical amalgamation, mirroring varying extents of Roman acculturation and societal transformation. Some settlements, for example, steadfastly preserved ancestral Dacian appellations across the entire Roman epoch, while others cultivated composite designations that artfully integrated both Dacian and Roman constituents in ways that robustly evinced their syncretic cultural identity. The intricate cultural character of Roman Dacia presented a fascinating tapestry of indigenous traditions interwoven with imperial influences. Within Roman Dacia, spiritual observances notably retained a multitude of traditional Dacian theological concepts and ceremonial rituals. Even in the face of the official propagation of Roman religious doctrines and the extensive construction of Roman temples and various religious establishments, archaeological investigations consistently unveil the sustained veneration of pre-existing sacred sites, frequently exhibiting architectural modifications that skillfully integrated Roman construction aesthetics while scrupulously preserving the core Dacian ritualistic functions. This enduring adherence to ancestral religious practices unequivocally demonstrates both a profound, genuine spiritual devotion among the populace and a deliberate, concerted effort towards cultural conservation, thereby maintaining a distinctive Dacian identity within the broader, albeit permissible, frameworks of Roman imperial governance. The venerable traditions surrounding sacred groves endured in adapted forms throughout the entire Roman dominion, with compelling archaeological revelations indicating an unwavering reverence for specific sylvan locations that had served profound religious purposes long before the Roman conquest. These hallowed natural sanctuaries often underwent architectural embellishments, employing sophisticated Roman construction methodologies, yet consistently safeguarding the essential ritualistic areas and the venerable ceremonial functions that defined their sacred character. The persistent utilization of these sacred groves is thus a testament to both the unwavering continuity of traditional spiritual convictions and the pragmatic flexibility inherent in Roman religious policies, which judiciously permitted local customs provided they posed no direct challenge to the overarching imperial political authority. Throughout Roman Dacia, funerary customs manifested a complex syncretism, thoughtfully blending traditional Dacian eschatological beliefs concerning death and the hereafter with prevailing Roman mortuary rites, thereby forging distinctive burial traditions that eloquently mirrored the profound and multifaceted cultural amalgamation. Meticulous archaeological examination of various cemetery complexes unveils a spectrum of burial practices, incorporating characteristic Dacian grave accoutrements, specific ritualistic procedures, and indigenous spatial arrangements, seamlessly combined with Roman funeral protocols, and, in the later imperial epoch, nascent Christian influences. This remarkable heterogeneity of sepulchral practices powerfully underscores an ongoing cultural complexity and dynamic evolution, rather than a mere straightforward supersession of ancestral customs by Roman alternatives. Tangible evidence for the enduring vitality of Dacian culture is abundantly present across numerous categories of artifacts, which consistently preserved traditional forms, characteristic decorative motifs, and time-honored manufacturing techniques, all while selectively integrating Roman influences. Indigenous Dacian jewelry designs, for instance, continued to be produced prolifically throughout the Roman era, with archaeological discoveries unearthing an array of brooches, bracelets, and other elaborate ornamental pieces that meticulously retained distinctive Dacian aesthetic sensibilities, even as they incorporated Roman technical innovations and stylistic decorative patterns. The sustained fabrication of these traditional jewelry styles signifies not only a deeply ingrained cultural preference, but also a demonstrable market demand that actively fostered and supported the perpetuation of traditional Dacian artisanal proficiencies. Similarly, textile production across Roman Dacia faithfully maintained its traditional techniques and intricate decorative patterns, concurrently embracing Roman materials and stylistic inspirations, which collectively gave rise to unique hybrid textile traditions. Archaeological findings pertinent to textile manufacturing, including a wealth of spindle whorls, loom weights, and fragmentary fabric samples, unequivocally attest to the continuous application of traditional production methods alongside the adoption of Roman textile technologies. The remarkable preservation of these traditional textile patterns and techniques can be attributed to both pragmatic considerations, particularly those linked to local environmental conditions and resource availability, and deeply rooted cultural preferences that zealously upheld distinctive Dacian aesthetic traditions. The profound significance of Dacian cultural heritage in shaping the subsequent Daco-Romanian identity represents one of the most pivotal and hotly contested dimensions of Southeastern European ethnogenesis. This intricate process involved complex mechanisms of cultural transmission, linguistic evolution, and the formation of a distinct identity, unfolding over many centuries following the Roman legion's departure from Dacia. Ascertaining the precise relationship between ancient Dacian cultural elements and the subsequent development of Romanian culture necessitates a rigorous, multifaceted analysis of archaeological, linguistic, and historical testimonies, while critically acknowledging the inherent limitations and uncertainties involved in tracing cultural continuity across protracted periods, marked by significant political upheaval and demographic shifts. Linguistic insights, offering compelling evidence for a degree of Dacian cultural continuity within the later evolution of the Romanian language, point to the presence of substrate elements within its lexicon that appear to originate from pre-Roman linguistic traditions. Nevertheless, the definitive identification and precise interpretation of these purported elements remain a vigorous subject of scholarly contention. Specific Romanian linguistic characteristics, potentially indicative of Dacian influence, encompass distinctive phonological traits, a selection of vocabulary items, and particular grammatical structures that deviate from standard Latin developmental trajectories, potentially signifying an enduring impact from non-Latin linguistic heritages. Any comprehensive analysis of these potential Dacian substrate elements therefore mandates a meticulous consideration of alternative explanations, including possible influences from other non-Latin languages and intrinsic linguistic developments that might have independently produced similar outcomes. The contemporary geographical distribution of Romanian-speaking populations exhibits a partial correspondence with regions that were historically under Roman administration. However, the relationship between ancient territorial demarcations and later linguistic dissemination is embedded within complex historical trajectories that cannot be facilely elucidated through a simplistic notion of direct cultural continuity. The genesis and evolution of the Romanian language transpired within a broader, dynamic milieu characterized by significant population migrations, profound political transformations, and extensive cultural interplays. These multifaceted forces exerted considerable influence on linguistic evolution in ways that may have either obscured or substantially modified the original relationships between ancient and medieval cultural patterns. Numerous cultural practices observed among later Romanian populations include elements that may indeed reflect a continuity with ancient Dacian traditions. Yet, the precise identification of such connections demands an exceedingly careful and discerning analysis capable of distinguishing between genuine cultural inheritance and mere coincidental resemblances, which could arise from comparable environmental conditions or entirely parallel cultural developments. Traditional Romanian agricultural methodologies, artisanal craft techniques, religious customs, and structures of social organization all harbor features that could potentially be traced back to pre-Roman cultural traditions. Nevertheless, demonstrating a direct and unequivocal continuity necessitates robust evidence that can definitively differentiate inherited cultural components from later adoptions or entirely independent evolutionary pathways. The gradual diminution of Roman authority over Dacia commenced long before Emperor Aurelian's official declaration to abandon the province in 271 AD, reflecting the escalating pressures that had steadily intensified throughout the tumultuous 3rd century. The infamous crisis of the 3rd century had critically overextended Roman military capacities, pushing them to their absolute breaking point. Simultaneous and relentless threats along numerous imperial frontiers compelled Roman commanders to confront increasingly arduous strategic dilemmas, forcing them to prioritize which territories could be effectively defended and which constituted unsustainable burdens on the empire's dwindling resources. Despite its fabled gold reserves, the Dacian province had progressively become an exorbitant liability to maintain. This was primarily due to the relentless intensification of barbarian incursions and the spiraling costs of frontier defense, which ultimately far exceeded any economic benefits that could be extracted from the resource-rich region. Gothic raiding expeditions into Dacia had, in fact, begun as early as 238 AD, when these formidable Germanic peoples breached the Danube frontier and penetrated deeply into Roman territory, starkly exposing the inherent vulnerability of the province's extensive and geographically challenging defensive perimeters. The Goths possessed formidable military capabilities that Roman legions found exceptionally challenging to effectively counter. Their particular strengths lay in their remarkable mobility and their uncanny ability to rapidly concentrate forces against isolated Roman positions, only to swiftly vanish back into territories beyond direct Roman control. These devastating raids inflicted substantial damage upon Roman settlements, vital mining operations, and critical transportation networks. Simultaneously, they engendered profound psychological pressure upon the colonist populations, who began to harbor serious doubts regarding the imperial government's capacity to furnish adequate and consistent protection. Concurrently, the Carpi, those resilient free Dacian tribes who had steadfastly maintained their independence beyond the Roman territorial boundaries, significantly intensified their own raiding activities during this period of pronounced Roman vulnerability. Their primary objective was to reclaim ancestral lands that had been forcibly annexed during Trajan's earlier conquests. Carpi military operations were characterized by sophisticated planning and impressive coordination, systematically targeting Roman supply lines, isolated garrisons, and crucial economic installations, while judiciously avoiding major confrontations that might provoke overwhelming Roman retaliation. The enduring persistence of Carpi resistance activities thus reflected both opportunistic aggression in a time of Roman weakness and systematic, strategic efforts to undermine Roman dominion over territories that Carpi leaders unequivocally considered their rightful Dacian patrimony. Adding another formidable layer to the barbarian pressure confronting Roman Dacia were the Sarmatian peoples, originating from the vast eastern steppes. These Sarmatians primarily conducted lightning-fast cavalry raids, skillfully exploiting their superior mobility to strike Roman settlements with devastating effect, and then rapidly withdraw before defensive forces could mount an effective response. Sarmatian military doctrine emphasized swift movement and classic hit-and-run tactics, which effectively disrupted Roman economic activities while deliberately eschewing the sustained, pitched battles that would undoubtedly have favored Roman military organization and superior equipment advantages. The cumulative effect of this combined Gothic, Carpi, and Sarmatian pressure generated multiple simultaneous threats that comprehensively overwhelmed Roman defensive capabilities, especially given the severely limited military resources available for the increasingly stretched frontier defense. The forces allocated for frontier defense were increasingly stretched. The Roman military's responses to these escalating challenges brought into sharp relief the core strategic predicament confronting imperial commanders. They found themselves with an insufficient complement of troops to simultaneously safeguard every vulnerable position, while also sustaining the offensive capabilities deemed essential for achieving decisive victories against barbarian adversaries. Defensive methodologies that strategically concentrated Roman legions within heavily fortified strongholds undoubtedly furnished superior protection for specific localities. However, this approach inherently necessitated the abandonment of extensive territories to barbarian dominion, thereby effectively ceding sovereign authority without truly ameliorating the fundamental security concerns. Conversely, aggressive military operations designed to vanquish barbarian contingents within their native lands invariably demanded substantial military assets, resources that were, regrettably, simultaneously indispensable for the protection of more strategically significant regions situated closer to the imperial heartland. The financial burden associated with maintaining Roman suzerainty over Dacia underwent a drastic escalation. This surge was a direct consequence of soaring military expenditures, exacerbated by a concomitant decline in the province's productive capacity, largely attributable to incessant warfare and the forced displacement of its populace. Crucially, the extensive gold mining enterprises, which had historically constituted the primary economic justification for the Roman presence, experienced severe impediments. Barbarian incursions specifically targeted these vital mining installations and the intricate transportation networks, both of which were indispensable for conveying the precious metals to the empire's mints and treasuries. Throughout the province, agricultural output diminished notably, a direct result of rural communities either seeking refuge within fortified encampments or entirely deserting the territory. This exodus consequently eroded the fiscal foundation necessary to sustain military outlays. Concurrently, the urban hubs scattered across Roman Dacia witnessed a pronounced demographic contraction, as both established Roman settlers and assimilated. Romanized inhabitants migrated in search of greater safety within the more stable provinces of the empire. Tangible archaeological findings from prominent cities, such as Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa, offer compelling indications of diminished construction endeavors, deserted residential sectors, and the implementation of defensive alterations to civic structures, all of which underscore the progressively worsening security climate. The sophisticated urban infrastructure, once a proud testament to Roman civilization's accomplishments within Dacia, progressively succumbed to neglect and decay. This deterioration occurred as vital maintenance funds were redirected towards pressing military requirements, while the shrinking populace simultaneously lessened the demand for municipal amenities. The process of imperial deliberation concerning Dacia's destiny encompassed intricate computations. These calculations meticulously weighed the province's inherent economic worth against the substantial expenditures associated with its ongoing protection, alongside the profound strategic ramifications inherent in any decision to relinquish the territory. Emperor Aurelian's considered evaluation ultimately determined that Dacia had devolved into a significant strategic encumbrance. It was consuming vital military assets that were critically required for the protection of more crucial border regions, all while yielding inadequate financial returns to warrant sustained imperial expenditure. The emperor was acutely aware that a withdrawal from Dacia would undoubtedly engender challenges related to imperial propaganda and might conceivably incite further barbarian incursions into other territories. Nevertheless, the pragmatic alternatives available seemed considerably more vexing, especially in light of the empire's finite resources and the multiplicity of concurrent dangers it confronted. The execution of the Roman withdrawal from Dacia unfolded in a meticulously organized fashion. Imperial administrators meticulously orchestrated the relocation of Roman citizens, military contingents, and any movable assets, concurrently overseeing the destruction of facilities that could potentially serve the interests of barbarian invaders. Roman engineering corps systematically dismantled defensive structures, specialized mining apparatus, and crucial transportation networks, effectively denying their utility to inimical forces. Simultaneously, military formations executed disciplined retreats, ensuring the safeguarding of civilian evacuees during their transit towards more secure domains. This extensive evacuation endeavor necessitated precise synchronization among military strategists, civilian governance officials, and indigenous chieftains. These various parties were tasked with the delicate equilibrium of stringent security imperatives against the practical limitations of logistics and prevailing political factors. The subsequent resettlement of Dacian expatriates predominantly took place in the Moesian provinces, situated to the south of the Danube River. Here, imperial authorities meticulously established fresh settlements designed to uphold the distinct Dacian cultural heritage, even as these communities were integrated into the pre-existing provincial frameworks. Furthermore, the newly constituted province of Dacia Aureliana was created to furnish an administrative scaffold for these relocated inhabitants, thereby symbolically preserving the unbroken thread of Roman identity, notwithstanding the physical relinquishment of the original territory. From the archaeological remnants discovered within these resettlement zones, compelling indications emerge that the displaced populations transported considerable movable riches and sustained unique cultural customs, which effectively set them apart from the already established provincial inhabitants. The protracted repercussions stemming from the Roman withdrawal from Dacia transcended the immediate strategic and financial ramifications. This momentous event fundamentally reshaped the demographic and cultural fabric of southeastern Europe, initiating transformations that would profoundly impact the region's trajectory for many centuries to come. The cessation of structured Roman governance and military guardianship engendered significant power voids, into which numerous barbarian groups vied to expand. This intense competition precipitated intricate migratory patterns and extensive territorial reconfigurations, thereby establishing novel political and cultural paradigms across the entire Carpathian domain. The process of Gothic colonization within the erstwhile Roman Dacian territories unfolded progressively. These Germanic populations incrementally asserted their dominion over key strategic points, simultaneously acclimating to the agrarian and commercial prospects presented by areas that had previously flourished under Roman gubernatorial oversight. Gothic enclaves adeptly repurposed existing Roman infrastructure wherever it remained operational, concurrently forging their distinct settlement designs and economic enterprises. These new arrangements were intrinsically reflective of their unique cultural heritage and their specific environmental adjustments. The amalgamation of Gothic populations with the remaining Romanized and Aboriginal constituents fostered an intricate tapestry of cultural intermingling. This dynamic interaction gave rise to novel, composite communities, each possessing its own unique attributes. The contentious debate surrounding the persistence versus the rupture of population in post-Roman Dacia stands as one of the most hotly contested subjects within southeastern European historiography. This scholarly discourse carries weighty consequences for comprehending the foundational roots of subsequent Romanian national identity and its evolving cultural trajectory. The continuity theory posits that substantial Romanized communities persisted within Dacia even after the imperial retreat. These enduring groups are believed to have preserved Latin-derived linguistic and cultural customs, thereby laying the groundwork for the subsequent ethnogenesis of the Romanian people. Supporting archaeological corroboration for this continuity encompasses tangible material culture exhibiting uninterrupted developmental trajectories, evidence of continuous occupation at settlement sites, and various cultural practices that seemingly bridge the chronological divide between the Roman and medieval eras. Conversely, advocates of the migration theory contend that the Roman withdrawal entailed an exhaustive population evacuation, leaving Dacia largely devoid of inhabitants until subsequent Slavic and other migratory waves introduced fresh populations. These newcomers are then presumed to have assimilated Latin-derived linguistic components through interaction with extant Romance-speaking enclaves in adjacent territories. This particular interpretation underscores the profound upheaval instigated by barbarian incursions, highlights the methodical character of Roman evacuation protocols, and points to the scant archaeological corroboration for uninterrupted residency at numerous locations spanning the late Roman and early medieval epochs. The intricate linguistic data pertaining to Daco-Romanian continuity necessitates a meticulous examination of several facets: the inherent substrate components within the Romanian language that potentially originate from pre-Roman Dacian tongues, the evolution of Latin linguistic forms that might mirror indigenous environmental and cultural impacts, and the spatial arrangement of Romanian-speaking communities in juxtaposition with historical territorial demarcations. Specific characteristics of the Romanian language lend credence to the arguments for continuity. These encompass phonological transformations that could signify an influence from a Dacian linguistic substratum, lexical entries that seem to originate from regional rather than normative Latin provenances, and grammatical constructs that potentially point towards non-Latin linguistic impacts during the formative period of Romanian ethnogenesis. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, A series of archaeological revelations profoundly transformed the scholarly comprehension of Dacian civilization. Concurrently, these discoveries furnished vital empirical data for the ongoing scholarly debates concerning cultural persistence and demographic shifts in the aftermath of the Roman evacuation. Meticulously organized excavations undertaken at principal Dacian archaeological locales have brought to light sophisticated urban layouts, highly developed metallurgical methods, intricate religious edifices, and expansive commercial pathways. Collectively, these findings unequivocally illustrate the advanced degree of cultural progression attained by Dacian society prior to its subjugation by Roman forces. The archaeological digs at Sarmizegetusa Regia, principally carried out in the mid-20th century, unearthed a wealth of architectural vestiges. These discoveries vividly illuminated the intricate nature of Dacian urban design and its sacred architectural traditions. Within the hallowed precinct, numerous temple complexes were identified, constructed from meticulously cut and fitted stone blocks. Additionally, circular sanctuaries, precisely oriented with celestial events, and rectilinear edifices, potentially serving either administrative or ceremonial purposes, were revealed. The exceptional standard of stonework and the sophisticated architectural foresight exhibited at Sarmizegetusa Regia were comparable to, if not rivaling, the contemporary building methods of the Romans, all while preserving uniquely Dacian aesthetic and utilitarian attributes. Further archaeological inquests at other significant Dacian strongholds, notably Kostesht, Cetatsuia, Blidaru, and Payatra Roshi, have brought to light the impressive scale and advanced complexity of Dacian defensive frameworks. These studies have simultaneously yielded valuable insights into the societal structures and economic undertakings that underpinned and sustained these formidable military complexes. That supported these vital military installations. The ingenious Murus Daciacus construction technique, meticulously uncovered through comprehensive archaeological analysis, undeniably showcased advanced engineering solutions. These methods resulted in the creation of defensive walls that, in numerous critical aspects, proved themselves superior to the fortification strategies employed by their Roman contemporaries. Furthermore, the deliberate incorporation of multiple layers of defensive lines, intricately designed water management systems, and well-integrated residential quarters within these formidable fortified complexes clearly evinced sophisticated planning capabilities. Such foresight was essential for sustaining substantial populations over protracted periods of siege, highlighting a remarkable capacity for strategic urban and military design. Insights gleaned from the material culture unearthed at Dacian archaeological sites have furnished compelling evidence detailing the vibrant craft production, notable artistic achievements, and profound technological innovations that collectively epitomized Dacian civilization at its historical zenith. Metalwork artifacts, for instance, distinctly exhibit highly advanced techniques for fabricating both utilitarian implements and exquisitely decorative items. A particular prowess was demonstrated in gold and silver working, which not only reflected exceptional technical skill, but also a refined aesthetic sophistication. Similarly, the examination of pottery production unveiled distinctive Dacian ceramic traditions, concurrently revealing a discerning incorporation of external influences acquired through extensive trade contacts and dynamic cultural exchange. Religious artifacts, painstakingly discovered across various Dacian sites, have profoundly illuminated the spiritual tenets and ritualistic practices that were instrumental in fostering cultural cohesion and cementing political legitimacy within the intricate fabric of Dacian society. The presence of votive offerings, specialized ceremonial vessels, and structural architectural elements intrinsically linked to religious edifices unequivocally underscores the central and pervasive role of Zamolxian worship in shaping Dacian cultural identity. These findings simultaneously uncover the sophisticated theological concepts and intricate ritual procedures that defined Dacian religious practice. The discernible integration of religious and political authority, made manifest in these archaeological remains, offers crucial elucidation for understanding the remarkable effectiveness of Dacian resistance against Roman expansion and the enduring persistence of their cultural identity, even in the face of military subjugation. Contemporary scholarship focusing on Dacian civilization has gained immensely from the adoption of interdisciplinary approaches. These methodologies judiciously synthesize archaeological evidence with rigorous linguistic analysis, extensive comparative cultural studies, and critical evaluations of historical sources. This comprehensive synthesis allows researchers to forge a more holistic comprehension of Dacian society and its profound historical significance within the broader European context. Romanian scholars have undeniably contributed significantly to Dacian research, playing particularly instrumental roles in advancing the field. However, their scholarly endeavors have occasionally been tinged with nationalist perspectives, which often underscore cultural continuity and an emphasis on Romanian ethnic origins in ways that could potentially jeopardize objective historical analysis. Conversely, international scholarly collaboration has substantially enriched Dacian studies by applying diverse methodological approaches and varied theoretical perspectives to complex historical questions. This collaborative effort has also proven effective in mitigating the influence of nationalist bias that has, at times, affected regional scholarship. Expansive comparative studies of Dacian material culture, juxtaposed with concurrent Celtic, Germanic, and Thracian traditions, have offered expansive frameworks for understanding the trajectory of Dacian cultural development. Simultaneously, these studies have been pivotal in pinpointing the distinctive characteristics that designate Dacian civilization as truly unique among ancient European societies. The evolution of Dacian studies into a recognized academic discipline has, by its very nature, encompassed persistent discussions concerning methodological rigor, the nuanced interpretation of evidence, and the intricate relationship between archaeological data and extant historical source materials. Early scholarly endeavors depended extensively upon classical literary sources, which frequently furnished information about Dacian society that was either biased or incomplete. While modern researchers have increasingly prioritized archaeological evidence, recognizing its capacity to provide more objective perspectives into Dacian cultural practices and social organization, the synthesis of archaeological and textual evidence continues to pose significant difficulties. This integration necessitates careful methodological consideration and a rigorous, critical evaluation of source reliability to ensure accurate historical reconstruction. The role of Dacian heritage in the modern formation of Romanian national identity stands as a paramount illustration of how ancient history has been strategically employed within the nation-building processes of the 19th and 20th centuries. Romanian intellectuals and political leaders have perennially highlighted the profound connections between ancient Dacian civilization and modern Romanian culture, establishing these links as the cornerstones for national identity assertions and arguments for territorial legitimacy. This nationalist interpretation of Dacian history has profoundly shaped educational curricula, cultural institutions, and political discourse, frequently favoring ideological objectives over strict historical accuracy. The creation of myth surrounding Dacian history and Romanian national culture has forged heroic narratives, which consistently underscore Dacian resistance to Roman imperialism and depict Decebalus as a valiant defender of Romanian ancestral territories against foreign conquest. These mythological interpretations often oversimplify complex historical processes, imposing modern nationalist concepts onto ancient societies that operated under fundamentally different political and cultural principles. The enduring presence of these mythological elements within popular culture and political rhetoric powerfully evinces the profound impact of historical narratives on contemporary identity formation and political mobilization. Educational policies in modern Romania have steadfastly underscored Dacian history as integral to Romanian national identity, concurrently advocating for continuity theories that bolster assertions of Romanian ethnic authenticity and territorial legitimacy. School textbooks and university curricula have conventionally posited Daco-Romanian continuity as an established historical fact, rather than presenting it as a scholarly hypothesis. This approach has fostered educational environments that tend to dissuade critical examination of alternative interpretations. These pervasive educational approaches have shaped multiple generations of Romanians, thereby feeding into nationalist political movements that leverage historical claims for contemporary political objectives. Cultural institutions across Romania have championed Dacian heritage through a diverse array of museums, monuments, festivals, and artistic productions that commemorate ancient Dacian achievements. While consistently emphasizing connections with contemporary Romanian culture, the National Museum of Romanian History in Bucharest showcases extensive Dacian collections, exhibiting archaeological discoveries within interpretive frameworks that prominently underscore cultural continuity and themes of national identity. Regional museums, situated throughout Transylvania and other former Dacian territories, have curated specialized exhibitions. These displays foster local connections with ancient Dacian civilization, simultaneously bolstering cultural tourism and contributing to regional identity formation. The political leverage of Dacian history has manifested in diverse ways throughout modern Romanian history. Different political movements and leaders have selectively highlighted aspects of Dacian heritage that reinforce their particular ideological objectives and policy programs. Communist-era Romanian politics, particularly under Nicolae Ceausescu, distinctively championed Dacian themes as counterpoints against Soviet-influenced historical narratives, thereby advocating for Romanian independence and cultural authenticity within the Eastern Bloc context. Post-communist Romanian politics has persisted in invoking Dacian heritage in ongoing discussions regarding European integration, minority rights, and territorial disputes with neighboring countries. Concurrently, contemporary archaeological research steadfastly unearths new evidence concerning Dacian civilization, thereby informing perpetual academic discourse about cultural continuity, demographic change, and the intricate relationship between ancient and modern populations in southeastern Europe. Recent discoveries at significant sites, such as Rocia Montana, have uncovered further corroboration for advanced Dacian mining operations. These findings, however, have simultaneously prompted modern policy dilemmas concerning environmental protection and the imperative of cultural heritage preservation. The incorporation of cutting-edge scientific techniques, including radiocarbon dating, sophisticated DNA analysis, and advanced geographic information systems, has significantly augmented archaeological research capacities. This technological integration has also been instrumental in furnishing novel forms of evidence for nuanced historical interpretation. The enduring impact of Dacian civilization reaches far beyond academic historical research and nationalist political movements, extending its influence to shape contemporary cultural production, tourism development, and international perceptions of Romanian history and identity. Popular culture depictions of Dacian history in films, novels, and various other media have generated widespread public awareness of ancient Dacian achievements, though often sustaining mythological interpretations that may diverge from scholarly historical understanding. Cultural tourism, predicated on Dacian heritage, has become financially impactful for regions encompassing major archaeological sites, fostering motivations for heritage preservation and public education about ancient history. International scholarly acknowledgement of Dacian civilization's historical significance has expanded considerably as archaeological research has progressively uncovered the intricacy and advanced nature of Dacian society, underscoring its pivotal role in ancient European cultural development. The esteemed UNESCO World Heritage designation, bestowed upon the Dacian fortresses of the Orăști Mountains, has conferred global acclaim upon these invaluable archaeological sites, concurrently instituting rigorous benchmarks for their conservation and fostering profound academic inquiry. Through the organization of scholarly conferences, the dissemination of numerous publications, and the initiation of collaborative research projects, robust international networks of erudite scholars have been forged, dedicating their efforts to exploring diverse facets of Dacian history and archaeology. The persistent allure of Dacian civilization mirrors both the extraordinary accomplishments of this ancient society and the modern-day pertinence of inquiries concerning cultural identity, historical continuity, and the intricate relationship between ancestral heritage and contemporary national consciousness. The Dacians cultivated a highly advanced society that valiantly repelled the encroaching might of the Roman Empire across several epochs, simultaneously developing unique societal practices and artistic expressions that profoundly shaped the subsequent historical trajectory throughout southeastern Europe. Their eventual subjugation by the Roman legions signified more than a mere battlefield vanquishment. It heralded a profound metamorphosis of the entire cultural panorama that would subsequently fail to regain the cohesive governance and singular cultural identity that had once characterized the formidable kingdom of Dacia. The profound historical ramifications of Dacian civilization reach considerably beyond the temporal confines of their political autonomy, exerting a shaping influence upon the evolution of cultural paradigms, the shifts in population structures, and the collective historical understanding throughout southeastern Europe in ways that persistently echo within current political discourses and cultural discussions, manifesting through direct lineal descent, the subtle dissemination of cultural practices, or the enduring power of collective remembrance. The indelible heritage of the Dacians continues to serve as an indispensable element for comprehending the intricate historical trajectories that have molded the contemporary identity of Romania and the wider geographical expanse of the Carpathian mountain range. The sustained academic inquiry and rigorous scholarly exploration into Dacian history and archaeology guarantees that our comprehension of this extraordinary civilization will perpetually advance and refine itself, simultaneously enriching the collective understanding concerning ancient European cultures and their pervasive impact, which continues to shape the unfolding narrative of historical progression. The intricate concept of development, a cornerstone of human endeavor and societal progression, invariably signifies a profound process of advancement and maturation. It transcends mere quantitative growth, encompassing a multifaceted transformation that seeks to elevate conditions across various domains. Whether observed in the burgeoning economies of nations striving for enhanced living standards, the intricate evolution of scientific understanding, or the personal journey of an individual acquiring new proficiencies, its essence remains consistent. A purposeful movement towards a more refined, capable, or flourishing state. This progression often entails the systematic cultivation of resources, the strategic implementation of innovative methodologies, and the sustained pursuit of betterment, ultimately aiming to unlock potential and foster a more robust and resilient future for all stakeholders involved.